Hello, everyone. Sounds like the game is already starting. Oh, seem to be missing something, but hey, Daydream, how you doing? Let's switch it over to the game. Let that go. New game. All right, here. I feel like I'm missing something real quick. Let's see again. Take up the mantle of a rogue trader, the scion of an ancient dynasty. Daring. Yeah, pretty much. Let's see. I don't know how my like is going. Or my things. Let's see. Yeah, let's go normal. My Wi-Fi isn't liking streams right now because you're downloading a game. All right, let's see here. What characters they got? Hecata, which is a Militarum. Okay. Darius. Ooh, he was a crime lord. Holy shit! Shadow Torment. And Bar. He was a commissar. Okay, let's create a character. All right, let's see. Gonna open my Twitch app on my phone. What? That way I can respond. Yay! Stream manager. That way I can talk. Let's see here. Oh, we can add our own custom ones. Okay, appearance. Okay. So let's see. So body 1 is like average. Portrait. Ooh. I'm gonna choose something like that later. I'll go with that. Portrait. Hair. You can hear me again? Okay. I mean, it's absolutely fine if you want to continue your download. It's absolutely fine. Wait, let's see the hair. Ah! So let's go something normal. Oh, scars are they in tattoo? No. There it is. You'll do it later? You're downloading Monster Hunter World? Oh my goodness. I used to play that on my Xbox. I don't think I streamed that, but yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that would definitely take hours. Let's see here. Ooh. Wait. Ooh. I want to see how the... So this is probably the right... Yeah, the right side version. Left side. You'll do it later? Alright. Ooh. Okay. The 8 points chaos. What? Ooh. Then the Imperial Sigil. Let's go. Mortis Guard. Chaos. And then Tattoo 1. Ooh. Alright. Augments. Let's see here. What augments do they have? And I love the Tappy and the Poppy and Tappy emotes. Ooh. Metalhead. Yeah, I just realized that. Ooh, a robotic. No, the Poppy is yours? Yeah, I realized that. Steel Jaw. Oh my. Damn. They really went all out. Okay. Okay, so that's to fix the nose, like a prosthetic nose kind of thing. Where's... Oh, the hair is covering it up. Ah. Like a breathing apparatus. Augment 2. Oh, so that way you can go... Let's see here. Where's the steel jaw? Ooh. What was the one I was going for? Ooh, haven't. Okay. Hair. Oh, I didn't even realize there was eyebrows. Holy shit.
I'll see you terminated.
Yeah. Wait. Okay. Pious.
For the Emperor.
Lance batteries, volley!
Okay, and
Through chaos, I stride.
The destination is known.
I think I'll go
Zeus is
pragmatic.
The only out. The best defense is a good offense.
Ooh, on Death Worlds. Oh, I get. Oh, I have lower intelligence. Lower fellowship represents the ability to interact with other creatures, to deceive, charm. Okay. Voidborn. Born in the belly of a void vessel or aboard an ancient orbital satellite, those who have lived their lives on void ships become inured to some extent. Yo, this is... I have it at max for me. It is... Oh my goodness. Inert to some extent due to the reality-altering process of warp travel and to living in low to zero gravity. Ooh. So your future... So I become much more fortunate A Voidborn child can re-roll any failed attack, dodge, parry, or characteristic or skill test with a 20% chance success. Contagious luck. Ooh, grants the allies to do it. Void. Hive world. The hive world's population is so dense that the great swaths of the surface of the world are frequently covered in gargantuan cities, bejeweled in towering spires that pierce the atmosphere. Hive worlds are vital to the welfare of the Imperium and are the beating heart of its economy and war machine. They produce munitions for the Emperor's armies, mine, Melistarum, strength in numbers. Hive world characters gain +1 +1 and whatever fellowship bonus divided by 2. So if the bonus is 1 to fellowship, that means gain 1 resolve. If there are 3 or more creatures, ooh. So that would be like if you go really all in on freaking fellowship, you get +5. So like immediately, if I had 3 or more creatures in a friends or allies in a 3-cell radius, so next to me, in front of me, and beside me, it's a +3 resolve. Okay. Camaraderie. Outnumber. Let's see what Forge World. Forge Worlds, yes. Following features will be available after. Ooh, Pinnacle of Weapon. Okay, so no feature. I'm just much more intelligent. I have better health. Yes. Okay. It affects persuasion, coercion, and commerce skills. Okay, so I'd be much more pragmatic about it. And I'd be much more disliked. Got it. But I do get a lot of weapons. Humanity's finest. Okay. Imperial War characters can select any characteristics except for weapon or ballistic and gain a +10 bonus. Holy shit. Okay. Fortress World. Fortress Worlds are planets where the populace is immersed in warfare. Okay. Every citizen is a soldier trained to fight from the moment they can handle a weapon. Yeah, like, there was a world in Warhammer 40k recently got destroyed, but it was a big world known as Cadia. They were pretty much like at the edge of like, what was it? Of space, kind of like real space and immaterium space. So what they call, right here, warp travel. It's not like Star Trek where you manipulate gravity. You are going through, like, I think if you've seen anyone play, or if you've played Minecraft and you go through the Nether to go faster travel, it's pretty much that. But for Cadia, it was like right at that center where it was holding back entities from that. And they started training at like 5 years old for military training because it was survival. Let's see here. Perception. Okay. Also gains my awareness. Okay. Willpower. Hail of Steel. Spare magazine. Fortress World characters first reload in combat. Cause 0 AP. Reloading a weapon grants an additional 10 stacks of Never Stop Shooting. Which is each time a Fortress World character kills an enemy, they gain plus 10 stacks of At the start of their turn, there is a stacks of never stop shooting chance that the first attack this round will cause zero attack points and will not count towards the attack limit per round. Okay, so my only downside is I won't be able to talk my way through things. Okay. Okay, what is it? This combat addict. Fortress World characters goes plus 7 to while out of combat. They're oh. So if I were to take this, basically okay, familiar kickback. I think I'm gonna go calculated relations, intelligent. Yo, okay. So I can use the same skills that require like charm and such, but instead of using charm, I'm just pragmatic about it, going like, hey, I need like to buy this gun, like this sword for 6 credits, because I need to get this, and this as well. So if you can offer that, I'll pay 10 credits. That is actually pretty smart. Okay. Oh, the type of system it was. Okay. Wait, Forge World game characters. Ooh, locomotion system. Oh, my movement system? Right. Wait, subskin armor. Oh, what type of body? Okay. So let's see here. Forge World characters. Analytics means I can be plus 10 plus intelligence bonus. Oh. So if the intelligence was a plus 5, that means plus 15 immediately plus 15% critical hit chance. Okay. So this one is 5 plus 2, so 7. Oh no, 5 plus 2 times whatever toughness bonus, right? Yeah. For armor. Okay. I think I'll go like that. Now, origin. Let's see here. Regimental tactics. Okay. Better shoots, better shooting skill, better perception, better athletics, Medicaid, so healing and such. Okay, suppression fire. So that one is much more like for, so the talents here are for, like, military fighting. Like, combat. A commissar, weapon skills, yeah. Better coercion, but that is fellowship. Sanctioned psyker. Ooh. Yo, I like that outfit for the sanctioned psyker. Yo. Okay, willpower, divination, telepathy, biomancy, pyromancy, and sanctic powers. Yo. Okay. Damn. Okay, okay. Noble. That are... What the fuck is that animal? You protect me. Navy officer. Ooh. Let's see. Get off me. Brace for impact. Allows the Navy officer to use any ranged weapon. Whoa. Weapon in threatened areas. Knocks enemies prone. Pushes them one cell away. All allies gain brace for impact. What's brace for impact? For 1 round, the Navy officer and their allies in a 3-cell radius gain +2 deflection for each archetype the Navy officer taken by the Navy officer. They cannot be forcefully moved or overpenetrated. Can only be used once per combat. Yo, okay. I can go priesthood. I have better in lore. Litany of hatred. Litany of hatred. The devotee and their Catholic and their allies. I almost said Catholics. Holy shit. The devotee and their allies in the area of effect of War Hymn of Furious Recital. Yo, I will. If there's no official one from Games Workshop, I will make a version of these type of hymns, because I feel like I can do that type of hymns. Okay, War Crime Lord. Catholic, huh? So, with the way of Warhammer 40k, humanity had expanded so much, and they have a kind of like technically 3 religions, but it's all on a technicality. The main religion is ran by the Ecclesiarchy, formerly known as the Adeptus Ministorum. They are pretty much the Catholic Church, but they are like praise the God Emperor because he's supposed to be like the major leader. He, if you take a look, like this is an example of a basic priest for the Imperium of Man. Yes, they look very oldish Catholic, and Games Workshop does a lot of satire. Some people have been going on. Yeah. I really like it because of its satire nature and such, but it is just because, like, the mission statement, the statement for Warhammer 40k is, in the grim darkness of the 41st millennium, there is no peace, no... what was it? No peace, no... Forget the advancement of technology, for it has been superseded by superstition and religious fanaticism. There is no peace, there is only war. Because there are things out there to get humanity, and the Empire of Man is like, let's just fight back. And that's what they do. That's why, like, that homeworld kind of thing shows a different fun. I mean, there are a lot of great things about, a lot of things that I like about it. It's, if there was anything I would recommend to, like, read or watch, I'd say, like, I'd say maybe, like, for a good first primer would be like Eisenhorn, or like anything that's not, because Eisenhorn series is like the first, like Eisenhorn Xenos is the first book of the entire series of its storyline, but there are a lot of stories that are just outright fun and outright I'm a bit sick, but fun, entertaining. Some of it can be charming and compelling. Like, if you were to go through Eisenhorn, for Eisenhorn, it plays out like a very much like grim dark detective novel. And that's the best way I can describe it. But if you want to do like action and such, there are a lot of books for that. If you want to do like a personal character driven, there's like books of Eisenhorn, Caiaphas Cain, which is absolutely hilarious. Like when you kind of get into the lore, Caiaphas Cain is, I'd say, fairly well put. I haven't read it yet. I've read a lot of like Imperium stuff, so that's my thing. Wait, Origin. Yeah. Let's see here. Warhammer. What was this one? Better weapons, better perception, better awareness, better logic. Ooh. I think I'll go Crime Lord. Alright, Triumph. Interesting? Yeah. I've learned... There are some things that can't really get upset about. Some people get upset for the littlest reason, but Games Workshop does Warhammer 40k in the most satirical way. But let's see here. Apex of Brilliance, you managed to corrupt an entire star system. Oh! Ooh. You stripped an ecclesiarchy cardinal of a priceless treasure that had been lent on one of the most secure sanctums of the Adeptus Ministorum. Yo, I can have better lore. Let's see here. You prevailed in a bloody shadow war against the void pirates of your sector. Ooh. I have better logic, but this one gives me more lore about the Imperium. I personally know about it, but most of it, so let's see here. So this one gives me better... So both of these are better logic. It's just what was my triumph. Okay. I think I'm gonna go Feat of Greatness, because I'm gonna try to play this guy rather as a pirate. Let's see here. Darkest Hour. An auspicious deal with the resulted in the rise of a chaos cult and the horrific massacre of innocent fellowship. No. Let's see here. You were arrested and thoroughly interrogated using creative and violent methods. You turned your partners into the authorities and became known as a traitor. Ooh. This skill is affected by the fellowship characteristic. It represents a character's business sense and their ability to make profitable bargains. May give access to new dialogue options. Wait, what? Are you kidding me? Damn. Okay. Persuasion. This skill is affected by the fellowship characteristic. I know that characteristic is just down the drain, so it represents the character to manipulate other people through negotiation. It allows the character to reach their desired goals in dialogues by making good impressions and peacefully convincing others to agree with their point. I don't know. I think I'm gonna go with commerce, because I'm going intelligence commerce anyway, so alright. Archetype. Let's see here. You may only choose one of the first tier archetypes at the moment. Okay, so we have Warrior, which leaves Assassin, Vanguard, and Arc Militant. And let's see here. Warriors are combatants, key charge, daring breach, daring breach. Oh, we have ultimate daring breach characteristics. Ooh, okay. Available talent. Operative, soldier. Okay, what does operative have? Analyze enemies, cost 1 AP, 1 creature and a 20-minute. Ooh. Dismantling attack. Okay, what does dismantling do? Inflicts 1 exploit on all enemies in combat. Then makes a free attack against a target that attack will always hit. Ooh. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go operative. Ooh, okay, okay. Oh, available points, okay. So that's what the skills have given, or is that the minimum? Logic. Oh, toughness. Strength. Ballistic skill, weapon skill. So what's the difference here? Oh, I didn't even realize it's in there. Woo. Increase parry, melee attacks. I'm gonna increase that. Increase athletics. Okay. Void ship. Ooh. Now, do we get any other type of class ship? Sword class for frigate. Okay. The Yokai Salute. Alright. Estimated dimensions. High speed. Yeah. Let's see here. So that is my character sheet. I am surprised I just ended up going with the portrait version. Damn. Ooh, press any key.
An excellent place for contemplation. One has the best view of the cathedral from here. Mesmerizing, wouldn't you say? An impeccable manifestation of the God Emperor's sublimity.
Really an awe-inspiring sight.
That is the purpose of all temples to the God Emperor, to inspire awe and reverence. For it is the duty of his servants to persevere in their tireless service until they are presented with a chance to give their very life for the master of humanity. Allow me to introduce myself. Conrad Voigtfear, Master of Whispers, in the employ of Her Ladyship rogue trader Theodora von Valencias, at your service. I haven't had the pleasure of speaking with you in person before. My regards, Master. Or should I say, von Valencias, scion of a blessed rogue trader house in the service of the Imperium. Perhaps this kinship came as a shock to you. Understandably so, given that all evidence of the connection was lost in the generations separating you and Lord Captain Theodora. It required no small effort on the part of Her Ladyship's servants to discover and verify this blood tie, which has now made you one of the heirs of this dynasty.
Ooh. Seeking
But
me out?
of course, I have come to invite you to a meeting with Lady Theodora. I imagine you have many questions for your patroness, and I'm sure she has just as many questions for you. It is regrettable that you haven't yet had an opportunity to speak. It has been an arduous voyage thus far. The Lord's
Yeah.
Captain and Master Ethelthrad von Valencias are conversing on the observation platform. Let us join them there.
Yes, let us shall. How do I move? Ooh, okay.
Let us not dawdle.
Interactable items. Ooh. Technomat. Incomprehensible information. A candlelit altar with a copy of the 2348th volume of the Lex Imperialis, the Codex of the Sacred Laws of the Imperium. May his will strengthen my heart. May my humble deeds better.
Keep your wits about you.
One of the von Valencia's trophy rooms. Perhaps you would like to take a look around after your
Ooh.
audience with the Lord Captain.
A Lehman Russ.
What's happening? Run! The servitors have gone berserk! Your demise is already calculated.
We've been ambushed. The battle begins. Okay. Ooh. All battles are turn-based, take place on a grid. Select the cell with the highlight and double-click to move the character there. One movement point determines one cell moving diagonally costs every second diagonal cell. Ooh. Okay, so
I don't need luck. I have strategy.
make attack points, AP to attack. Okay. Sure, Flarp.
Who if not me?
Wait, nope.
I refuse. On it.
Let's see here.
I'll make it happen.
And turn. Okay. Damn.
It's as good as...
What's suspiciously
Clear
poor
on a day
timing
like this.
for such an accident? Servitors malfunction on the officer's deck at exactly the same moment when the rogue trader and her heirs are gathered here. I have blocked all passages between the upper and lower sectors of the residential decks. If this is a deliberate attack, it should stop the culprits from advancing their plan.
Ooh. Spread out, no one is allowed on stations.
I'm afraid I must remain here. For Lady Theodora's safety, I have to oversee the execution of these orders personally. I hope you will have no difficulty reaching the observation platform on your own. It is just at the end of this corridor.
Gives you a curt bow. Ooh.
I always keep my options open.
Okay. So fires in the servitor cell are still smoldering. It would seem to cause a short circuit of the motive vortex. Human Rose battle tank will claim and restored by the grace of the God Emperor first to breach the capital walls. This exhibit is unfinished. Another symbol house displayed. Strange object that resembles sea coral.
Always keep your eye on the price.
Ooh.
I will lead us to fortune.
See here. And then, okay. That is simply irrational, says the man dressed in particular garb. his voice tight with tension. His face, half of which is covered by a sin skin, is twisted in a grimace of displeasure and disbelief. Assimilation into his trade structure would be political and economic suicide, practically an admission of heresy. Gray-haired woman pins him with her gaze, her cybernetic eye flashing crimson. Then suggest an alternative that will satisfy me. I have described the situation, no worse than my seneschal could have done. Make a decision. What will you do with Aeon 6, Edelthrad? Sarah, your first impression of Edelthrad, who appears to be about 30 years old, is of parchment-like skin, stretched over a tightly bundled mass of sinew, implants, and bone. The nervously twitching fingers, face twisted by a slight tick, and the jerking movements of the signs of some illness or defect that has taken over his physical form. In stark contrast to Edelthrad, Theodora von Valancius features appear as if they were carved from marble, eternal and indestructible. Head raised high, proud posture, hands clasped casually behind her back. Everything seems to emphasize the difference in status between her and Edelthrad. Behind the two of them, you see two more men. One is a gray-haired officer of impeccable bearing who is studying the contents of his data slate. The other is a behemoth bristling with holsters and baldricks containing all manner of weapons. Our second candidate has joined us. The dry female voice and powerful feeling of being watched forced you to look at Theodora. The rogue trader is looking straight at you, and her gaze, like herself, is predatory and oppressive. Godameki Aeon, approach and give me your answer. Okay, let's see here. If your character is traveling with allies, the party member with the highest score in the applicable skill is selected for each given passive test. Okay, consider the hypothetical situation. Aeon 6, a new world on the fringes of the Corona's expanse. High seismic activity, regular magma eruptions, metamorphic rock deposits, prospects for large-scale mining. The world is populated by natives who worship some heretical underworld spirits that protect those who offer them sacrifices. Flights of fancy, you might say, but attempts to install ore extractors have failed for the second time. The mining crews sent to the planet's surface simply vanished overnight. My question to you is, what would you do with this poisoned treasure? Let's see here. Lord Zeno succeeded. Those spirits could be the natives' name for the dangerous aliens. I would first verify if that is indeed the case, or if the population of Aeon 6 engages in Xeno worship. Ow, my nose. There are ways to confirm whether what is happening on Aeon 6 is witchcraft or not. It might cost several psychers to do so, but it will give us the answer. If my particular must be purged, I do not know. I am going to say, because for that type of hypothetical, it would either be the warp or the Drukhari. I think check for that. Thorough but presumptuous. It took me a great deal to find one psyker who could serve me well for many years. Yet you speak of several. Sanctioned psykers are rare and valuable instruments of the Golden Throne. Or do you suggest that we use heretics who are an offense to the God Emperor's light? It would be rather careless of you to utter such profanity in the presence of his faithful servants. I gave a straight answer to a simple question. Ah! The color drains from Ethelthrad's face, which distorts his features further. Insolent, arrogant upstart! How dare you, Ethelthrad? Theodora's tone renders him silent. I believe I gave you an assignment to this ship. Explain to me, then, why my senior congratulator is still dawdling about the officer's deck, instead of proceeding to the middle decks to commence the inspection of the compartments in his purview. I beg your forgiveness, Lady Theodora. Your presence has such a profound effect on me that I well forgot the time. Bruh! Okay. Ethelthrad bows ceremoniously and takes his leave, without sparing you another look. Yeah, fuck you. Damn. So. Why are you here? Scoffs. You have seeded the opening that was offered to you in a woeful display of meekness. Eminently, this tendency is equally strong in all who toil. Immutable hierarchy, absolute obedience. Lick splitlery, compulsion to please. I value none of these things. From the moment my envoys came for you, the terms of your existence changed. My name is Theodora von Valancius Massimo of Scaras. Damn, I'm gonna have to practice that. I am a rogue trader in the service of the God Emperor of humanity, and my rights and freedoms are vindicated by a most sacred relic, the warrant of trade, kept aboard this very vessel. Mine is the honor to venture into the darkness beyond the Imperium and carry humanity's light where powers wicked and heretical reign, and bode death and ruin to us all. It is my decision alone to determine the fate of whatever I find past the bounds of the explored void. Every world I discover, along with all there is to find thereon, resources, people, riches, and mysteries, is mine by right. I command millions of lives, rule over numerous planets, and possess fortunes that no planetary governor or commander could dream of amassing. And you, Godameki, are one of those with the von Valancius blood in their veins, and a rightful claim to this inheritance when the hour comes. Ah, yes, you would be, wouldn't you? The question is, am I ready to choose you over the rest? You came aboard hours before the warp jump and have not yet distinguished yourself in any way. As things currently stand, I have doubts you are suitable for the role of rogue trader. Blood right alone is not enough to earn the high honor of becoming the bearer of a warrant of trade. Nevertheless, your abilities and talents may yet prove useful. If not for the role of Lord Captain, then of that of their closest ally. Theodora sighs and looks away pensively for a brief moment. Alas, even those responsibilities can at times be too challenging for those who share your blood. Conrad Voigtier served me for many years before he made his mistake. His kinship to me is most distant, as is yours. Nevertheless, he does bear the name von Valancius, even if he avoids using it publicly, and as such, strictly speaking, can be considered my heir. That door, however, is closed to him. Voigtier's performance in his current role is satisfactory, or it used to be at least. There are other heirs, naturally. Some have yet to arrive on board, but you have had the pleasure of meeting one of them. Although Thrad may be somewhat disconcerted by the scale of the responsibilities that may potentially fall upon his soldiers, however, I have a good feeling about him as a candidate. One sense is, why are you wasting your time on me? Impatience. I am rather fond of impatient people. They are not as quick to resign themselves to circumstance and more eager to show initiative. Even if I do choose Elthrad as my successor, I would still require loyal advisors. The skills and knowledge you acquired in your former life may prove invaluable here in the Corona's expanse. One could not, in good faith, describe your background as one of exemplary service to the Imperium. However, Theodora permits herself a sly smile. I am intrigued by you and your past. To have survived and prospered between the letters of the law is a rare achievement among those in our circle. You are skilled in the art of taking risks and cutting corners. Trust me when I say that you will have sufficient opportunity to apply this talent for the good of the house. Moreover, Theodora smiles slightly, your courage has made you more famous, far more famous than you yourself probably realize. True feats of heroism will forever live in the annals of the Imperium and bring honor to the von Valancius line. Oh, thank you for clarifying. May I ask my questions now? The vox affixed to Theodore's attire suddenly comes to life, but all of you can hear is an unintelligible noise. Theodore winces, shuts off the transmission, and gives you an imperious nod. I have some time before the navigator gives the signal to initiate the void ship's translation out of the warp, and my presence is required. Sometimes I forget people without direct access to a ship's bridge may not know the first thing about a void ship travels between the stars. Vessels are such. By entering it under the protection of the Geller field, we shorten the route to our destination, crossing distances that would require hundreds of years in a matter of weeks instead. Sometimes in days or even hours. That is how humanity spread across the galaxy. That is how we were able to build the Imperium. which spans millions of stars. Is that so? Perhaps the technomats were careless during maintenance, or could it be the warp playing tricks on us in spite of the Geller field? Or perhaps there's something to all the stories about the ship being possessed after all. The great-haired officer gives the rogue trader a look of cautious disapproval. Lady Theodora, for the God Emperor's sake, surely you do not intend to start repeating idle rumors spread by uneducated riffraff? Enough, Abelard. Such hearsay amuses me. Idira eagerly retells me everything she learns from the whispers of her unseen advisors. She turns to you. She turns to me. This ship is thousands of years old. It has enough hidden nooks, malfunctioning cogitators, and unused compartments to make ignorant folks speak of specters dwelling inside the bulkheads and plotting against those who yet live. Where is this headed? Your ship headed? The Rycat system, the domain of rogue trader Winterscale, one of my peers and rivals. Only 3 rogue traders exist in Kronos Expanse, and each of them possess resources comparable to mine. Perhaps you will one day assist House Valancius in surpassing both of them in influence and splendor. I set the course for Rycat on the demand. Theodora grimaces, gives you a stern look, then shrugs. For a very specific reason. Perhaps I shall yet apprise you of the purpose of this voyage, but now is not the time. Observe, learn, absorb. It will take time for you to find your bearings aboard this ship, and in your new position. Eventually, I will find a post that suits you, as I did for Eldothrad. Until that time comes, consider yourself my aide. You can start by not asking questions of this sort. I have no need for sycophants. I will draw my conclusions when an opportunity to prove yourself arises. As for when you will be granted the opportunity, only the God Emperor knows. I have no questions then. In that case, I shall head to Theodora's Vox awakens once more. This time you pick up shouting. The Lord Captain freezes, listening to the Voxcast, then nods and draws her weapons. Disturbances reported on the adjacent decks. Seneschal, if the need arises, protect the new blood. Oh, no. No, that is her speaking. Okay. Disturbances reported on the adjacent decks. Seneschal, if the need arises, protect the new blood. She glances at me. It is possible that the chance to prove your worth may present itself sooner than you may have anticipated.
No mercy to those who oppose Von Valancius.
The battle begins.
I'll bleed you dry.
One view at a time. I took care of this one.
Abelard.
Just a minor setback.
Use cover to avoid enemy attacks. Cover that a character can hide behind are marked with a shield.
Don't let your guard down. Who, if not me?
Just land a critical hit, that Chris.
My gut tells me it's a bad idea.
Alright.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
Yeah, your character has temper.
I won't stand for it. On it. I won't compromise my principles.
Oh.
Reduced to dust.
I'll see to it personally. I'll make it happen.
Okay. That's what I needed to do. I tried to shoot it. Mort, take a team with you and clear a path to the transport line. Do not let a single horse survive. Didn't bat an eye when that scum burst onto the deck, Not bad. I have seen many an officer who panicked at the sight of combat on the upper decks. A false sense of security offered by their position makes them much more vulnerable to the harsh reality of warp travel. She looks at the box in her hand. In her hand, all you can hear is lifeless static. Okay, I chose the second one. Possibly, likely, quite likely. Flickers. We'll investigate. Right now, we need to speculate. We are dealing with the variety of madness induced by the sensational astonishing calm for someone who just survived a sudden attack. Such episodes are not uncommon among voidsmen who have found themselves outside the boundaries of real space, though such episodes seldom spill onto their decks. The casters are not working, or have been sabotaged. Either the warp is toying with us, or someone went to great lengths to cut the ship's communications. I will need a direct connection channel to Enginseer Prime, before I can get a sense of what we are up against. Whatever it may be, keep your weapons at the ready. I imagine it will take some time. Trust me, this is hardly surprising for a crew of thousands. The lower decks are a fertile environment for discontent and heresy. No matter how one tries to incinerate any seed before it can take root, all it takes is a hint of warp influence to cloud the minds of normally obedient cattle. They should not be considered cattle. Sporadic riots on the lower decks never reach these compartments. Causes ascensional to shrink slightly. No. Tumults of the rabble are always contained within their territory. This is too well organized. It is spreading too rapidly. Mort has gone ahead to clear a path for us. If you want to make yourself useful, go after him and see if the arch-militant requires aid, and be quick about it.
I always have a backup plan.
Air combat somewhere. Is it this way? Go up.
Let us not dawdle.
Yep.
I refuse.
No line of sight.
My gut tells me it's a bad
Let's
idea.
see.
I won't compromise my principles. I won't stand for it. Is there money to be made? It's as good as done.
Oh. Damn. That's a plasma. Alright. I promise you are alive and well. Always on time, eh, Conrad? The moment we finish chasing the riffraff around the deck, you show up. Always just after the fighting's done. You could set your chrono by it. Hey, Bunkai! What's up? Got you tabbed up. Alrighty. Pull yourself together. The arch-militant looks back at you. What did the Lord Captain send you to chivvy us along? We are all done here. I'll report right away. Master of Whispers, what is happening on my ship? The Vox is silent. The Vox Master is not responding, and the armed assailants have stormed the officer's deck, and my arch-militant just destroyed several more heretics on the way here. Is this a severe case of warp madness? Have some of my crew lost their minds and forgotten who they are, and whom they serve? Report. I have not yet received word of the Enginearium regarding any Gellerfield failures, but communications were already unstable half an hour ago, and now they have ceased altogether. Whatever the cause may be, the consequences are spreading fast. I am receiving scattered reports from the middle decks, and the only voxcasts from the lower bays are one-way heretical gibberish. Voltaire pauses. That the madmen have already reached the officer's deck suggests that this outrage was planned in advance. Perhaps this is an organized mutiny. We must provide immediate assistance to those still on the middle decks. First, we have to confirm that the bridge and the navigator's sanctums are secure, and I have the means to do both things at once. Special change assessor eyes flash ominously. Edelthrad? Where is he? I must know if he is unharmed. A psyker aboard a ship that is potentially being assailed by the warp could pose a greater threat to himself and others than a whole army of madmen with improvised weapons. But the last thing known about his movements is that he arrived on Transitional Deck 18. Blast it, Master of Whispers! Find Edelthrad immediately. Seneschal. Locate Tlas and the Sister of Battle. Both are to remain at my side. Arch-militant with me. I must go to my study. And it appears that we might encounter heretics along the way. If I may, Lord Captain. The voice is soft and cautious. Transitional deck is at the heart of the disturbance, and if our goal is to bring Edelthrad back, I could use some support. After all, I'm not as adept at confronting enemies of the house of the esteemed arch-militant, Also, taking into consideration Edelthrad's psyker powers. Hey! What the hell? Okay, so I'm going to be going. Then it's settled. Go to Meki, find Edelthrad and bring him here, in whatever state you find him. This elevator, she points to the massive doors, leads to restricted compartments such as my personal chambers and bridge. Do not let me down. I require you both. Do you understand? I shall do any... Not everything in your power. You will do as I say. I'll have your heads if you fail. Is that clear? Then move out. Mort, come. Bitch! Are you ready to head to 18? It's a long walk and you might not have the proper gear. Let's see. I shall make do. Lead the way. Of course he will. Lady Theodora would never have someone who she couldn't rely on as hers. But that is no longer relevant. With a pop and a sharp crackle, something hits you in the abdomen, and you're consumed by an unbearable, gut-wrenching pain. I promised you a special destiny. It is time to fulfill it. Oh, you bass! Carao.
Careful, careful. Be gentle with our guest. He has an important mission to complete during our visit to the Warren Chamber. And for that, I need him breathing. Oh, you are back with us, I see. Delightful. How perceptive of you. I'll help you with the next insight. I need you here for your blood. You have the We are in the anteroom of the Warren Chamber, this void ship's most hallowed vault. There, beyond those gates, lies the relic that gives Theodora all of her power. The sacred Warrant of Trade. Only one obstacle remains on my path to obtaining it. The gates of the chamber are guarded by the Sentinel, an ancient device that will only open the door to a true heir of the dynasty. I expected to do this part myself, but never mind. You will offer your blood to the Sentinel.
Okay. I feel like with the crime lord, I think I'll go with this insult. What is it,
On
inbred?
the contrary, the warp's blessing has raised me too much above your kind, Fon Valencius. The Sentinel refused to submit to me. But you can help. After all, isn't that what family is for?
Oh, I think I'm gonna go with. Wait, coercion. What sorry, pathetic excuse do you even have for your apostasy? You sordid, wretched piece of Grox shit. Yo! That. Oh! Ooh. That is an insult. You sordid, wretched piece of. Oh my goodness.
Wretched. What do you know about
By the Venice throws.
Theodorus Kerr. Are you hoping to buy a grain of her indulgence with your blind loyalty? Oh, I know this delusion. But thank the gods it no longer has power over me. Humanity can rot. I no longer serve mortal kind.
Okay. Something, either your tone or the venomous words, throws Conrad off for a moment, as hateful fury blazes from beneath the mask of a cold professional. Yo, he got mad.
Once my work is done, I'll make that pompous wench Fon Valencius watch as I sacrifice her entire dynasty and commit their fate to the gods. And you will be the instrument by which I will accomplish this righteous act.
Okay, the blade flashes in dim light and drops. Success or failure affects. Ooh. Fight the voice in your head. The voices in your head giggle and mock your desperate outcry. You feel this intruding influence forcing you onto your feet, making you take a step towards the gates. In the gateway. Tech, you succeeded. You carefully inspect the design of the gate cogitator. What immediately catches your eye is the strange alloy that was used as material for the some of which are unfamiliar to you. You suspect this might be some kind of Archaeotech relic. The servitor gate begins to move with the screeching and groaning of the metal. It leans forward closer to you. Its lower jaw opens with a drawn-out shriek, much wider than the jaw of a living human could. Metallic fangs that glint in the dim light. Mid-screen to the right of you shows up of a green background. Okay. A whisper runs through your insistent demand to sacrifice. The voice that filled your head after Fatu wounded you, but this blade did not go away. Cruncher, their source coiled around into a tight knot somewhere in the depths of your mind. Noticeably different from the ones you were used to. Its skin stretched, covering it stitched together with copper thread, and it has metal hinges in place of joint standard joints. Seems that the creators of the Sentinel did everything to ensure that the service life of this unit would be much longer than that of an ordinary automaton. You look around in hopes, and your search was in vain. The chamber anteroom was completely empty and in perfect working condition. Nary a broken panel, rebarb.
Did you forget something? I suggest you hurry.
jaw clamp on your hand, puncturing your skin and sinking into your flesh. A few dark drops fall into the servitor's throat. Immediately you hear humming as the servo motors start up and flickers. Several long minutes pass, and the sentinel's jaws remain closed, and you are beginning to feel sick. Perhaps if you were to lean against the gate, you could catch your breath, or even close your eyes and pretend none of this ever
High
happened.
levels of caustic humus. The subject is in a state of heightened stress. Do you require assistance?
You do not understand where this quiet is. Is it the sentinel? Pain shoots through your head. It would seem that coiled in your conscience does not have to do you any real harm.
Request accepted. Initiating defense protocol.
Ooh!
Well, there is still another way.
Let it be known that by my will and by the true words of this document, I appoint this person to be the bearer. To bravely walk into the darkness, to triumph over the nightmares, to walk steadily through the thorn.
Escort the child of the house to safety. Temporary obnubilation following acute stress. Mobile unit of the Warren Sentinel standing by. Mobile unit of the Warren Sentinel designed as a personal escort of the child of the house and a means of communicating with the rogue trader's subjects. Mobile unit standing by. Distance from the current location to the nearest arsenal. Initiating situational calculations.
The servo goes silent, its relays clicking. Second after second, you realize perfectly.
Voxcast frequencies disrupted. Initiating setup. Establishing connection.
In place of the mechanical scratching. Voxmaster, restore communication with the navigator's sanctum. I am trying to contact the bridge. If anyone can hear me on this frequency, regroup all of... I repeat, regroup all available forces and head...
Communication protocols breached. Signal latency assessment unavailable. Middle and upper decks. Assuming the probability of safe placement in areas of concentration of armed units. Calculating. To prevent unauthorized units from breaching the warrant chamber, preemptive sealing must be initiated. The mobile unit will start executing the received order immediately after the safety of the warrant is secured.
Let's see here. You can open the journal by pressing J or clicking on the notification on the top of the screen. Rules and contracts section also contain important. Learn about them. Ooh, rotating them. Seal the warrant chamber.
Master! Whatever are you doing in the Warren Chamber? How did you... Throne preserve me! What is the meaning of this? Master, with all due respect, what nonsense are you saying? Kunrad, a traitor?
Openly admitted that he is the mastermind behind the mutiny.
Saints and it is small wonder that the heretics are so well organized. I thought his order to seal the passages between decks was his attempt to stop the attackers from spreading to other levels. But now I see the real reason. It was to stop the enforcers from intervening. At least you are alive, and now safe, Master. Alas, I doubt we can afford to look for a compartment to sit out this disaster. You're in a bad way. I can treat your wounds. I have a Medicaid kit. And for the love of the throne, now is not a good time to be walking around the decks without means of self-defense.
Alright, I received a sniper rifle, armored body glove, and medikit. Okay, while fighting, your character can lose some of their wounds. Your character has suffered an injury after being attacked by Conrad. This happens when a character receives damage that exceeds 50% of their maximum wounds within one round. The exact percentage of wounds a character must lose for this to happen may vary depending on the difficulty of the game you choose. Okay, when a character initially suffers an injury, it is considered a fresh injury during the first 3 rounds. Once 3 rounds have passed, a fresh injury becomes an old injury, and a fresh injury can be healed using a medikit without passing any skill tests. The old injuries can be healed with a medikit, but they require the character administering the treatment to pass a medikit skill test to succeed. Using medikits to restore wounds and heal. Note that when a character loses all their wounds, they fall unconscious. Yes. Once the combat is over, the wounds of all partners replenish automatically, but any injuries they may have sustained remain. Those may have many injuries they may have sustained remain. Those can be healed with a medikit. Medikits can only be used by characters who have the field medic feature, base skill, Medicaid, or have taken Medicaid skill advancement at least once. Whenever a character uses a Medicaid in battle, Medicaid skill determines portrait, and then click. Okay.
Look no further. Let me help.
I'll make sure to return the favor one day.
Rumors, contracts, okay. Find a weapon.
That is a noticeable improvement. Now you're prepared for the trials ahead. The lower decks are teeming with heretics instigating the rabble to revolt. But that is the least of our problems. The ship's enforcers are rounding up the scoundrels and suppressing the resistance. The situation on the middle decks is much worse, although strike teams have already been dispatched there. All communication with the bridge and the engineering bay was lost. So, apart from scattered voxcasts, we have no information to go on.
Oh, that's cool.
But that is not the worst of it. All these jolts and shaking are most alarming. These are signs that the navigator and the master helmsman are having difficulty translating the ship out of the war and into Lady Theodorus. Which one? The last one I received was about the navigator's sanctum, and that was a good while ago. In any case, let us hope that the Lord Captain is well and safely in charge of the ship's defense. I am no helmsman. Oh, God Emperor preserve me, navigator. However, I've spent my entire life aboard void ships equipped with warp drives, and I know that portents such as these do not bode well. It could be that the Gellerfield has faltered. Perhaps the navigator was struck down by warp corruption and is fighting for the last shreds of his humanity as we speak. If we get thrown off course, we will be forever lost in the war. Naturally, we would likely not have long to live in that scenario. But I will not resign myself to such an outcome just yet. You sent me a Vox message. Specifically, a Voxcast on the officer's frequency, which I had the good fortune to receive. You mean Warren Sentinel? The Lord Captain barely ever ventures down to the chamber, and I was at her side only once or twice when she did. And I did not see anything of the sort. The Warren Chamber is an ancient and rather sacred mechanism that the ship's tech priests treat with the utmost reverence. I assume that whatever it is that you did, you must have activated certain processes and caused the Sentinel to awaken. But then, why did none of it happen when Lady Theodora did the same? During warp transit, the Sanctum is closed to all who are not involved in traversing the Empyrean. And for good reason. For the Navigator to open their third eye and perceive the way, the Sanctum must be bathed in the energies of the Immaterial. Only a Navigator can withstand such an ordeal. For the rest of us, any contact with the warp is fraught with perils such as loss of sanity, spontaneous mutations, and death.
Does not but annoy as he lists all the horrors that you're about to face. Very well, lead the way.
Let us proceed.
Words through the nose. To arms, loyal sons and daughters of the God Emperor, fight the heresy and corruption that threatens to consume. Destroy those who dared.
The Lord Captain is calling her crew to battle, which means the Vox networks are set up for broadcast transmission, not message exchange. Splendid. While the rogue trader inspires proper resolve to fight in her subjects, you and I shall prove that her trust in us is well deserved. Onward!
Challenges make the spoils that much
Combat
sweeter.
begins with the technical phase. Prepare for battle. Let's see here. Damn! There's no gu- Okay. Now that would be the closest spot. He has a melee weapon.
I'd rather not. That's not the Seneschal's job. Tried and tested tactics are the best ones.
Attack of opportunity.
One fewer target. I will do my duty. Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Combat abilities of characters depending on their archetype. Hover over your icon to use the ability.
On it. I'll make it happen. You never stood a chance.
Oh, they killed their own man.
Victory is imminent. Reduced to dust. I'm not interested.
Who if not me?
Ooh.
ears are ringing. At your beck and call.
Your end was inevitable.
You can advance the level of your character and companions, prevailing in battles, exploring the Chronos Expanse. Completing quests and earns you experience points. Once you accumulate enough experience, your character gains a new level. Click on the arrow symbol on the character's portrait to level up. Okay. Archetype features. Alright. Choose skill. Boost weakness. Okay. Okay. And then he's a warrior. Increase strength or ability. Health. Collecting loot.
I always keep my options open. Fate and fortune favor the bold.
Navigator Sanctorum. Ooh. All right. Hmm.
Rise to the top or get left.
The Navigator's Sanctum is directly along the passageway. I pray to the God Emperor that we are not too late.
Adira?
And so, he will enter the halls of the blinded guide and witness the radiance of the final dawn through the cracks and fall victim to a whim of fate.
Master, watch your head. Idira, would it be too much to ask that you phrase your soothsayings plainly for once? That was too close.
Sorry, old man. The voices are so loud I can't even hear myself. They shriek, they sing, they... Oh, Abelard, how they sing!
This is Idira Tlas, personal psyker and diviner of Her Ladyship Theodora von Valensis. Idira?
I'm not drunk, old man. I'm suffering the effects of the warp that is seeping through these walls. I see the ship's fate. To die in the waves of the Immaterium, fall under the burning rays of the final dawn. And in the roaring blaze, I see a figure standing. Who is it? I have no answer.
The entity in your consciousness shrinks and crawls, claws scraping against the walls, as if the presence is trying to hide from the seer before you.
The voices from beyond the threshold whisper to me. Sometimes their murmurs are clear, they grant insight. Sometimes they drive me mad. But I am patient. I know how to listen and discern. But now, with this clamor around me, too many voices, too loud. And you are Fon Valancius, one of Lady Theodora's heirs. Well then, we finally meet.
You hear a few clicks from the relays of the service school. Theodora's scrambled words give way to a regular voice vaguely familiar to you. Officer's frequency, to all who can hear me. Those with a weapon in their hands are to gather on the officer's deck, I repeat, to prepare a counterattack.
That's Edelthrat. Oh, Emperor's Providence. The other heir lives as well. Quickly.
Not so fast, old man. If we drown in the warp, Lady Theodora's heirs won't be any good to us. If Edelthrat's like me and hasn't yet surrendered his mind or body to the mercy of the warp, then he can still hold on a little longer with...
Blast it. You're right. First, we need to deal with what is happening here.
I didn't know who I am.
What? You think Lady Theodora didn't ask me to peek into the darkness behind the backs of those she sees as her prospective heirs? I have seen you. I have seen the footsteps of your past and the wounds of your heart.
The seer's word bring back a wave of memories of the bitter humiliating of your greatest shame. Something sour rushes to your tongue, and your head is clouded with a sickness of your own worthlessness.
The whispers called me. The ones I could make out among all the screams and screeches. Those who are rocking this boat hit us where it hurt. They went after the Navigator, our guide through the warp. Other whispers called me to the Enginarium, but it was too late. I heard the cry of our master Cog, and the silence that followed.
What? You don't mean the Engine Seer Prime is...
It's dead.
Dead, without a doubt. And the voices wail, heralding countless nightmares, cackling at each soul among the hundreds that are now joining the warp. The shriek from the Navigator's sanctum was louder than the rest. And it's better that we saved the Navigator than some lever puller from a cooling module or a cook from the middle deck. Oh no. No. Nothing is well about him. Can't you feel the chill crawling on your skin?
Yeah.
The eyes watching you?
Oh,
The
no.
ice has already encased the bulkheads. What follows is... But we're not just going to stand here and take it, are we? The state of things in here suggests there's a Navigator around. Maybe one who's crippled or at death's door, but still kicking. And since our skin hasn't peeled off our faces just yet, his third eye must be closed. At worst, it's a little roughed up. So what are we moping around for? Let's go protect that noble mutant while we're...
Join your party now consists of several. To click on the party, select hold and drag around them. To select the entire party to initial commands. Okay. Don't keep our master waiting.
Keep your wits about you.
Your doom has been foretold.
I will take you down.
Okay, let's see. This is okay, Adira.
Anything else? What an unfortunate turn of fate. But of course. No can do.
You can use the hologram to gauge the effectiveness of your intended actions. Click LB and select the ability in one shot.
It's as good as done.
Now,
I'll see to it personally.
A tactically sound approach. Indeed.
They who discern the future on the battlefield. But be gone. On it.
sweet. Still lives. The servants are dead, but the chamber, thank the Emperor, is still sealed inside. Wounded, exhausted, fighting back the endless horror forced their way. Pick one. Your time is short. Fall to... Wait, suddenly the net starts thrashing in place. It lurches forward, then falls back into the seat. A refuge between the mighty stronger Paradise. The mutant remains seated, but leans forward as far as he can. His layered raiment slowly twists, turns crimson. The gill slits open, forming two horrid screaming mouth-like pits. Fall to your knees, mortals, and behold the final dawn. Came from beyond. His body is not his. Its march thunders under the burdens of hopes. Unseal your heart, and I'll flood your souls with myriads of words and meanings, each one a portent of salvation with me. He convulsed violently in his seat, shrieking and cackling, but then his fist stops abruptly. His face drenched in black and crimson. Black, dark ooze coming from his third eyelid has turned from a trickle into a stream mixed with the blood coming out of his nose, and there is purplish swelling around the eye. Run! Flee from this place while I still have the strength. I can contain the intrusion, but not for long. We must begin the translation. Leave the war, but it can't be done without the Master Helmsman. The Edge kneel before the ascent of a new champion. Alright. What's that supposed to mean? Alright, a sacrifice offered. My heart tells me that Conrad was not deterred by his defeat in the warp chamber. But he was as loyal as a dog. I didn't hear a thing, I swear. That show can only If he is still alive, it is worth a try. We must get to the bridge. But we will need support. Our only option is to fight and join the forces. Good luck and thank you. The navigator here is dead. Combat character may need to use several different kinds of weapons. Yeah.
I have a nose for profit and a taste for adventure.
Here. Scrappy autogun and an axe. Collect that. I gotta say, it looks absolutely wonderful.
Your seneschal is always there.
Miscalculations are for commoners. I don't make mistakes. I make profitable learning experiences.
Okay. Two-handed ranged weapon.
Fate and fortune favor the bold.
Locked door.
I have a nose for profit and a taste for adventure.
Let's see here. Is it this way? Officer's deck. Holy shit, it's almost been 2 hours. Let's see. Here. Press any key.
I shall pity not your enemies. I shall heed not their pleas.
Somebody shoot these
I shall betray not your tenets, nor stray one step from them. Take not your gaze from me. Leave me not without your grace.
I told you he would protect us.
My God, my light, my emperor.
It's a sister of battle! The white-haired woman turns to face you, her dark eyes blazing. The weapon quivers in her hands, and for a brief moment, it seems she is not going to stop and will instead continue eliminating every target she sees, starting with you.
Sister Argenta! Sister Argenta, it is a relief to see you. We require all the forces we can muster.
Your face, it is unfamiliar. Who are you?
I am Godameki Aeon Valancius.
The hour is dark and daunting. The ship abounds with corruption. The faces of friends who are twisted by sneers of heresy. The eyes of comrades ignite with the archenemy's hunger. I will do what I must to halt the advance of the Dark Forces. But in these dire moments, little can be trusted. So I must.
Sister, I beg of you. Now is not the time for interrogations. The ship is under attack by heretics. We've been betrayed by our esteemed Master of Whispers. Edelstrath the Heir is waiting for our aid, and Lord Captain Theodora is expecting a report on our success.
Very well. We may leave it at that. For now. I cannot wait to rain righteous fire down upon each and every heretic.
What is a warrior of the Adeptus Sororitas doing on a rogue trader ship? Your orders serve the Ecclesiarchy. Do they not?
Sister Argenta is a guest of the Lord Captain. And that story deserves its own time and conversation. Under more appropriate circumstances.
Enough idle chatter. I am where I must be, and that will suffice.
Who are these people with you?
Overseer of Middle Deck AL-84, my lord. We were rounding up everyone we could find in the attack compartments when we ran into an ambush. Just about every enforcer fell. These are the survivors. Massacre, my lord. And heretics are not just killing the crew. Some kind of blight is sweeping through the decks, filling the air. I saw people going mad the moment they breathed it in, screaming about their dead comrades, tearing out their eyes. I implore you, my lord, be on your guard.
We must get to the main hall of the
Through
deck.
this door. I shall join you, for it is my duty to the God Emperor to destroy this heresy.
We will follow. For now, we will hold off any heretics who might try to crawl in through the cracks to join the main assault. And we'll take a look at the generators while we're at it. Those villains made a mess of the cables. Oh, I wish we had a Tectomat with us. But we'll see what we can do without one.
Good to hear it. Sister?
Ready. May Terra's light illuminate our path.
Goods. Cool. Well maintained sniper rifle. Equipment. See if we can.
I always have a backup plan.
Will not move an inch. Open the door. By the right of blood. Alright, let's see here. Well maintained. We'll probably be there. Actually,
Is there money to be made? Your demise is already calculated.
Follow my lead. It will be done. I'd rather not. That's not the Seneschal's job. Victory is imminent.
he's an expert in burst range. Okay.
justice for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act. Guided by faith. This is unacceptable. A strike is a prayer.
All right.
Just a minor setback.
Will do.
Let's see here. Full and partial cons. All right.
Another enemy down. On it. Who, if not me? I've faced worse than this.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
I'll do it.
Trans momentum equals to 6.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. As the Emperor commands, eradicate.
There is movement in the Empyrean. Anything else? Will do.
Wait. There it is.
I am ready for whatever comes. I'll make it happen. Your end was inevitable.
Okay.
It will be done. I'm not interested. Someone else can do this.
Come on.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. I refuse. I will not. The enemies of the Emperor will be undone. That is not the Emperor's will. on it.
My ears are ringing.
Oh.
I will lead us to fortune. Always keep your eye on the prize.
Agitator silent. Let's see here. What's in the goods?
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Damn. Is that all of them?
Success is the only outcome I accept.
U100 system?
That's how it's done. Let us not dawdle. I always get the job done.
There we go. Restore power supply.
Just as I planned. I always keep my options open.
Goods. See here, what's in here? More goods.
Success is the only outcome I accept.
Ooh, a shotgun. Collect those. See here, was there any other doors around here? Or anything else that needs to be observed? Copy seating. Oh, the goods over here. Oop.
The Emperor favors me today.
Expose weakness. Summary complete. Okay.
That's how it's done.
What is this? Hmm. See how they...
Would you look at that?
Wait. So... hit... The roar of the flames rings in your ears, and the choking smoke makes you cough and gasp for air. You instinctively recoil from the scorching heat, wiping your face. A moment later, a hazy silhouette forms in the raging wall of fire. You're surrounded by ear-splitting noise and screaming, yet you distinctly hear the sound of footsteps. Then you see the figure walk out of the fire towards you. It is Theodora Valancius. Terrifyingly so for someone whose body is engulfed in an inferno. One of her hands is resting on her power sword, the other an inviting gesture. Are you lost, my heir? Goes as still as a statue, then slowly raises her weapon. An apparition. A sorcerer's apparition. Trickery of the warp. Sister, you will lower your weapon. And you notice a muscle in his cheek twitching, threatening to... Aren't you in pain? Pain is but a reflection. To renounce weakness of spirit in pursuit of greatness is the only path of heights. Her snake-like gaze almost makes you forget about this. I can lead you out of these flames, show you a path, rid you of pain, give you a weapon so you may defeat your enemies. Decide. Each word is like music to your ears. The entity that now dwells in the deepest recesses of your mind is pleading, begging, demanding that you give her an immediate answer. And that answer can be nothing other than acceptance. Do not listen to this abomination. If there is naught but his light in your heart, if you are resolute in your faith, then step into the flames. The Emperor protects. His faithful will not be deterred by either darkness nor deceitful promises, nor will the fire burn those who carry the torch of faith in. To avoid with you, we need to follow before we can. We must leave them find a way out. Sometimes your character will to make tough decisions based on their values, interests, and goals. Such decisions affect their convictions. This can develop in three ways: dogmatic, iconoclast, heretical. Each includes 5 ranks. The higher the rank, the more zealously the character follows their convictions. The more noticeably the world around them reacts to their reaction. Promotion through the ranks of each of the 3 direction opens access to dialogue, unique abilities, and also changes the attitude of others towards your character. Also, some items can only be equipped by characters with certain convictions. When the conviction that it becomes the character's main focus. When that happens, the other 2 conviction points cannot be raised above rank 2 adherent. Have conviction of their own. Okay. Iconoclast 15. Pull back. Fall back. We will go around.
I always have a backup plan.
Where did it go? The thing that was standing in front of us in the fire? I could have sworn.
To the same place all unholy visions go. Do you want to follow it, witch?
Wait, there's loot here? Ah. So then... the only way around it is through here. That's not possible.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
No.
Keep your wits about you.
Crash the platform.
I better myself through my service.
There we go.
Too late. We are too late.
Or they could be fighting.
On the bridge as we speak. Yes.
My lord, I beg your pardon for interrupting. The people are asking for orders. You came back to save us.
To the bridge. If Edelthrad is there, then he requires immediate assistance. I say there is one thing that I find most troubling. The Lord Captain's Voxcasts. They are still coming in, even though it would make sense for Lady Theodora to be on the bridge right now, at the head of the counter-assault. I feel uneasy. What if the Lord Captain is besieged in her own chambers? With your permission, I suggest that we confirm for ourselves that she is not. We can use the same elevator that Lady Theodora and Mort headed for earlier.
First grab that. Let's see here. I believe it was here.
Rise to the top,
This
or
ocular
get left in the
was a
dust.
worthwhile investment. Over there.
Lord Captain's quarters. Okay. Reach Theodora Valance. Parlor organ by this character.
I always have a backup plan.
It looks like sprawled on a large blood-drenched string. The Arch-Militant's court still clutching a weapon and slumped against one of the bulkheads.
Emperor, accept thy faithful souls.
No! Lord Captain, I didn't hear a thing. Not a whisper, not a breath. It was so loud. Why didn't I perceive it?
Lord Captain. Who would even dare? First, betrayal. Now, the murder of the rogue trader. And Mort. How could Mort have failed her so terribly? The Arch-Militant was born on a death world. He had lightning-fast reflexes.
I can look at things in my own way. If you find something that might bear the imprint of the killer, just give it to me.
Looking closer, the cause of death is apparent. What ended was an auto pistol shot, an extraordinary accurate one at that. Surprised, the last emotion she experienced. Spectre shards by the dust, it is difficult. Submerged in Promethium.
It doesn't work like that. I can try to read the memories of objects, but dead bodies are a different story. Something like that would require her soul. And after what we saw on the officer's deck, I won't risk searching for it in the warp.
What do Z shards?
I see streaks of color, luminescence, blue lights, faces, drawing closer. Lady Theodora, and Conrad, and what is that? Ah! Something dark, enormous. Oh, this glass thing was something foul. That's what...
Tainted witchcraft.
Examine the militant. Weapon is off. The killer must have been a split second faster.
Yes, the crucible of battle calls to me once more. No, wait! We must see...
Idira.
You'd give up so easily, old man? I expected as much from the sister. It's not like she has a heart. But you? Oh no. I'll get to the bottom of this. I'll find the one responsible for murdering the Lord Captain. And when I do...
Oof. Alright. Theodora's Rosary. Ooh. Sorry.
The whispers are getting louder.
Start the battle. Light attacks medium. The character in light armor dodges more often, but takes more damage. Medium takes more damage, but it reduces their mobility. Okay.
At your beck and call. Indeed. At your beck and call.
You never stood a chance. I'll see to it personally. My gut tells me it's a bad idea.
Encounter on the effect. Hey.
I'll do it. Guided by faith.
Ooh.
Faith without.
Hey.
I'll do it.
Anything else? Not this Scryer's job. What's it?
Brace yourself, Avalon. Ah, an exemplary strike.
Yeah.
It will be done. Free hair, sure hair. At your beck and call. I'd rather not.
Leave.
On it. Another enemy down.
All right. Ooh. Ranks. Choose a talent. Let's see here. Ooh. Sharpshooter, ballistic calculation. Okay, no matter against this character, Swift. Suffer minus 20. Ooh. Hey. Beach. Bolt what? Offensive. Let's see here. Combat insight, sharpshooter, ballistic calculation. Bolt weapon expert requires bolt weapon efficiency. Alright. Recommended features. Tide of Excellence. Weak body, weak soul. Fresh target. It's an exposure. Yeah. Here. Recommended. Let's hear. Epicenter of Slaughter. When the warriors attack the game, plus one up. At the start of their turn, means one. Ooh. I like that one. fresh target. We'll go instant exposure for her. And then Argenta. Freeze, rapid reload, cost 2 less, minimum 1. Rack and ruin, camaraderie for each adjacent the soldier deals. Ooh. That one actually seems pretty good. Void Ship Bridge. There we go.
I always get the job done.
The first sacrifice opens the eye. The second sacrifice draws its gaze.
Help has arrived. Too late to change the tide, I'm afraid. But if there's any honor in you, we can at least die with dignity and give our lives for the rogue train. God Emperor, preserve us. The rogue trader is dead. Ship has lost her captain, and the house has lost its head. No matter what ritual is, the warp is too strong. I cannot withstand it. I feel my body changing with every second. The warp ringing in the air. Here, this is the end. We will perish in the warp, along with the warrant and the dynasty's heirs. The enemy of humanity. We bet I've seen it before. Can still be. And we have no right to bow our heads. Clearly, Broken Blade, he has stain.
Your ritual won't be finished, heretic!
Yo!
I will deliver furious retribution!
Let's use desperate missions. Momentum is required. High momentum. Enemy status, you can. Ooh.
I won't compromise my principles. I'll make it happen. Who, if not me? Consider this a taste of what's to come.
Doubt is for the weak. This is why I was chosen. As the Emperor commands, I act. Faith without deeds is worthless. Rejoice in battle! I'll do it.
I wanted to hit 2 people at once. Alright.
Anything else? That is not my destiny. No can do. Will do. I'm not so sure. Not the Scryer's job.
It's under effect or condition. Ooh, tab. Okay.
That's not the Seneschal's job. Victory is imminent.
Huh.
I'll brush this off. This sacrifice will forge our way to victory.
No.
High momentum.
Anything else? On it.
Someone else can do this.
I'll make it happen. I'll see to it personally.
Yes, okay. Come on.
Will do.
I'll make it happen. Who if not me? I refuse. On it.
Duty go hand in hand.
Oh. Wait.
Will do.
Almost done. Got it.
It will be done.
Almost.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
Use talent. Oh, right there it is. Agility, yeah. Yeah, let's go exploit surroundings. Operative. Oh.
Cover me. No can do.
My place is at the fort. The healing is much appreciated.
Let's see it. Do you see it?
I'm not interested.
Let's see here.
I'll make it happen. They never stood a chance.
Need it. Fine. The Master Helmsman. Goods. Level up. Increase the intelligence. Ooh. Complete. Then for him, thick skin, toughness. Then perception, Oh, that's where it was. Okay.
Let us know, dawdle.
Master Helms and Revor. By the Emperor, it's Seneschal, living and breathing. White-haired man with sickly pale salutes you. Well, there's a tricky question. The whole place is now so overgrown with foul wickedry. We'd be scrubbing it off to bits greens for throne knows how long. Sir Voxchano, ready to prepare the crew. I am ready. Begin the ritual. Taking the guise of Theodora, but the false rogue trader's eyes reveal the entity's true surreal name. It's engulfed in the other ancient evil, bores into you. A voice seeps directly into your brain without ever reaching your ears, and this voice booms with the horrors of all the world. Who are you to oppose destiny itself? For the sake of lives that are not your own. Many threads stretch between you and other creatures of your world. Pitiful, worthless links, ready to shatter at the slightest touch. A muddled, erratic tangle. Begone, phantom. The aspirant vowed to return with a trophy, a relic that could serve the edge of daybreak. That fate was assured and steps were chosen, and yet you broke the unbreakable. You took the aspirant's place. I see you on the day when the final dawn rises over the iron world. I see you by my side, the day of my resurrection. Your image is woven into the tapestry of things to come. I am the will of the wearer of destinies, and today I will weave a new thread of elusive possibilities and fickle chances. Today, the thread that will lead you out of the maw of irreversibility, the thread that will help you find the keys to salvation, the thread that will guide you and the weapon of our return to me. The path is set, child of dawn. Thread is woven. Follow it, servants of mine. Seneschal. The silent, the Vox signal, which means Navigator gave his own life battling the storm that nearly claimed one Velocious flagship. We will honor his memory along with that of those who died this day. Who is that? Where is Lord Captain?
As First Officer, it is my duty to inform you with the greatest regret and indelible sorrow that Lord Captain Theodora von Falatius is dead. May her memory never fade from the annals of the dynasty. By right of blood succession, and with the absence of other kin who could challenge this decision, it is hereby declared that the successor to Theodora von Valancius is her heir, the rightful inheritor of the Warrant of Trade, and the title of Rogue Trader. The official ascension ceremony will be held at a later time. In the interim,
Sure.
have you lost your tongues? Hail your lord. It is because of his toils that we all still live. The deed is done, Master. My apologies. I meant to say Lord Captain.
That is alright.
The treachery of the Master of Whispers was fruitless, but victory came at a great cost. Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius perished along with her heir, Edelthrad, and thousands of crew members. Yet hope remained, for the second in line to the Rogue Trader dynasty survived, and through the strength of his resolve, saved those who were counting on him for protection.
Okay. We'll take a quick break. If there is another cutscene playing, we will wait till it ends. But we will take a break to grab food, to drink, you know, all the nice stuff. Deep shadows of weariness can be seen on Abelard's face. Though the old officer's eyes are keen, they rake over you, head to toe. He frowns, mutters something, nods to himself. Well then, Lord, your lordship. Cannot but help. Does not know how to talk to you or where to begin. His hesitation brings an involuntary smirk to your face, as though someone else entirely is gloating at the old officer's confusion. Seeing your smile, Abelard pulls himself together. You must now hold your first officer's briefing in your new role as Lord Captain. For many of those who are about to join us on the bridge, this will also be their first briefing. We sustained massive losses among the senior and middle ranking officers. Some posts have yet had to be filled by the deputy's deputy, while others go unfulfilled entirely. Now the deck clans are deciding who will take over the leaderless crews. How did we come? It appears that the heretics were deliberately targeting the vessel's commands. They knew exactly whom they were looking for and where they could be found. This is unsurprising, given that their informant on board was our own Masters of Whispers. Abelard grimaces. What is on the agenda for this meeting? Reports of the condition of the ship and crew. The Lord Captain is not usually drawn away from her important affairs to attend such routine briefings, but this is a unique situation. I am still receiving updates from across the ship. They are not encouraging. Getting this bird to fly could take a gargantuan effort, so even so far as you personally negotiating with the authorities of the system we are currently in. So prepare to hear a bevy of complaints and excuses. Your lordship, take this opportunity to take a good look at the officers who work 6 decks away from the bridge, and they, in turn, will have the honor of beholding the visage of their count. Have you succeeded in tracking? No, in all the commotion, his trail went cut. Our people are still on the hunt for him, and any mutineers who may still be skulking in the ship's many corridors, but frankly, I would not be surprised to hear that we are now one shuttle short. I am afraid that it will be some time before he answers for all he has wrought. Okay. Before I start the briefing, we are going to be on the Be Right Back screen. Grab food, grab drink. You know, refreshing. We'll be back. Okay. I am back. Need to set this down. Transition over here and start the briefing. With a gesture, Abelard relays the order to the adjutants at the far end of the magnificent chamber. Alright. You have found a consumable item. Okay. A dozen pairs of eyes bore into you, the expression revealing restraint, joy, curiosity, and wariness. Attention, officers. You have been granted an honor. Lord Captain Gludameki Aeon von Valencias will personally conduct today's briefing. Our gracious Lord is ready to hear your report. As you wish. Wait. Lordship, Abelard points to a tall, slender woman whose body seems to contain as many implants as it does flesh. Vigus Suri Oda of the Ptoleman line, our new Vox Master. It is an honor to serve your lordship, the Vox Master offers a deep bow. Aboard this vessel you have at your command thousands of crews and hundreds of officers and section chiefs. I am responsible for receiving, processing, and sending all communication between you and them, as well as external sources, as I am your eyes and mouth, Lord Captain. Beside her is Ravor, the Master Helmsman. He steers our ship along the course set by the Lord Captain and monitors the void around us to ensure that we do not stray into an asteroid field or a pirate trap. Hail! Wait, the bearded man with pale, almost transparent skin, large, dark circles under his eyes, and a dour expression that seems hardwired into his face, gives a solemn nod. Hail, Lord Captain. This here ship's as good as home to me. So rest assured she's in safe hands. I'll die before I let her come to any grief. Okay, I'm gonna have to work on a pirate accent for him. Or like a shipsman. Helmsman. I mean, it makes sense. Helmsman, shipsman, accent. And lastly, our high factotum, Janrus Danrock, who oversees supplies, procurement, and the general material well-being of the ship. Dressed in an embroidered jacket, the heavy-set man with oiled hair offers an obsequious smile and bows. It is an honor, your lordship. You may trust me with all matters concerning your comfort. Everything will be done to the highest of standards. In the second row, we have the three officers charged with overseeing the ship's vital functions. The Master of Ordnance is responsible for the artillery aboard. The Infernus Master, whose crew work to prevent and extinguish fires on the ship. And lastly, the Drives Master, servant of the Omnissiah. Oh, so there's our tech priest. Got it. Three officers salute you. The Infernus does so with confidence, while the Ordnance betrays nervousness. And the Drives Master offers a salute, resembling a dance involving the complicated manipulation of all the tech priest mechadendrites. Is that everyone? Unfortunately, our choir master, the esteemed Zachary Wise, head of the Astropath section, is unable to join us. He is in charge of communications with distant star system. Master Wise has been in a trance for some time now, attempting to contact other planets in the Von Valesius Protectorate and inform them of Lady Theodora's passing and Conrad Voigtver's treachery. Dude, whoever made that... Okay, I want to, like, take a moment, go to Let's see here. No. Okay. Maybe Google Translate? Alright, let's see here. In English. Voiker. Voiker. Huh. Voiker. Okay. I will deliver a report to your lordship on the Astropath's progress as soon as it is possible to do so. All others present are adjuncts, secretaries, and deputies. They are here to make a report of the proceedings. I want to hear the Infernus Master's report. Yes, Lord Captain. Faisal Nalzi. Yes, Lord Captain. The tall young man bows his head in deference. I can report that all fires across the deck have now been extinguished. The preliminary damage assessment, in terms of material losses and crew casualties, has been completed. The results have been submitted to the Seneschal and High Factorum. The post passed to him after the previous Infernus Master and his next 3 deputies expired in the line of duty. So, let me get this straight. The first 4, who are supposed to be the Infernus Masters, who are the, by the seams of it, like the fire company. The Infernus Master being the fire chief. The fire chief, the deputy chief, and the deputy chief, as well as the deputy chief, all died in the line of duty. Holy shit. The lad is remarks in a low pitch for your ears only. The lad is managing well so far. He can take the heat, so to speak. Yeah, I'm sure. Hi, Factum, what have you to report? We are toiling day and night to compile a full account of the losses. The task will require next to no involvement from your lordship. I will personally ensure that all damaged components are given to the tech priest's hands for attention, and that all lost supplies are replaced. There is only one resource I cannot replenish single-handedly, and that is people. We have lost more than 2,000 crew members. And unfortunately, this number is not confined to the scum from the lower decks, which are easily replaced, but also includes trained professionals. We will be able to make up our losses on the nearest planet, Rykad Minors. However, the planet, the whole system, in fact, belongs to the Winterscale Road Trader Dynasty. We cannot simply begin recruiting on the planet without first coming to an understanding with the governor. In that respect, I am powerless. Negotiations at this level are a matter of the rogue trader. Especially given Kalgos Winterscale's penchant for attacking first and asking questions later, the kind of thick-skulled thugs he usually installs as governors, and the kind of thick-skulled thugs he usually installs as governors on his planets. Drive Master, I will hear from you. Gibraltar. Okay. A voice distorted by a Vox retranslator emerges from under the tech priest's scarlet hood. Lord Captain, the foes that set upon this noble void ship destroyed the repositories of hundreds of machine spirits. The great warp engine entrusted into my charge is unharmed, thank the Omnissiah, but its spirit mourns its dead brethren. We have not yet identified a prayer protocol capable of assuaging its sorrow and anger. With great sorrow, I must report that the Engineer Prime, overseer and spiritual authority of all tech priests aboard, have fell into battle. The Magos was betrayed by the little flesh that remained part of him. A most terrible loss. There is no one among my comrades aboard whose experience and comprehension of the sacred protocols equals that of the fallen Magos. We require a replacement as soon as possible. Oh, so the Engineer Prime betrayed the crew. Requires a new Engineer who may be found somewhere else in the system. Bows her head. It's a she? Yeah, I guess so. I mean, in terms of the body, I guess so. Okay. That was a surprise. That is a surprise. Okay, right you are, Lord Captain. To cut a long story short, the outbreak is bleak. The ships sound more or less, but without our Engineer Prime and Navigator, who fell in battle, we have no way out of the system. If we try to set so much as a toe inside the warp, I don't know what will happen first. Our warp drive being torn to pieces, or all of us melting into the bulkheads. Your Lordship, if you allow me to interject, when we arrived in this system, my crew followed a standard protocols and conducted a count of all the available communications in the region. One of them was a Navis Nobilite station. The station maintains complete Vox silence, but even its presence here inspires hope. To have located a navigator in the very same system is a incredible stroke of luck, a true blessing from the God Emperor. As if in response to what you just heard, you understand it is not the God Emperor you should thank for such good fortunes. The words of the demons appeared before you during the translation to real space. I am the will of the Weaver of Destinies, and today I will weave a new thread of the elusive possibilities and fickle chances. The thread that will lead you out of the maw of irreversibility. The thread that will help you find the keys to salvation. If I were you, I'd grab this chance with both hands, or else you'd be eyeing up asteroids to use as your new residence. In slightly less shitty news, we can go round and round this system till our heads start swimming, so long as the Prometheum and supplies last. And if any thick as grok shit lowlives come sniffing around, we'll be able to take them out. Master Ordenswood. Ashar Nighthall Nitalamo. It gives you a gloomy look. No, my job's simple. Maintain the arsenal and fire where I'm told. But just ask anyone. We've got no able crew. No, Lord Cat. Master of Ordnance, you forget yourself. So what? Ah! Comes the officer's hostile and bitter reply. It is as if a dam burst open and all his pent-up emotions are rushing. The ship's in ruin. Every second officer's dead, and now we've got a green Lord Captain who's supposed to lead us to void knows where. Silence! Magnificent glass panes seem to tremble under the force of seize this mutineer. Okay. If only one officer of the whole set had fallen to pieces, then that's not so bad. Do humbly apologize. On behalf, what would you have us do with him? Former master. Besides, find a replacement. For we already have one lined up. Stand down, release him. I have no intention of punishing a man for a moment of weakness, not after the terrible attack we have endured. Cease your stares unblinkingly at the Master of Ordnance. Cease your sniveling. You disgrace yourself and your entire clan. Enough. The hysterics are over. Let us resume. Stands up, wiping the blood from his broken nose. His face is the picture of shock. What just happened seemed to be dawning on him only now, and the knowledge of the fate he so narrowly escaped. To summarize, we have sustained serious losses in crew members, and we require a new Engineer Prime and Navigator. Is this all that is preventing us from continuing the voyage? Precisely, Lord Captain. But bear in mind that this will not be the end of our trials. The ship's systems must be properly inspected for major damage, which can only be carried out at Football Station, home to the only dockyard in the sector. But we will never reach Footfall without first solving these immediate issues. What can you tell me about the system in which we currently find ourselves? I see to the Boxmaster on this point. Mistress Ptolemy. We are in the Reichhead star system, and our voyage here was undertaken on the orders of your lordship's predecessor. There are 3 inhabitant bodies in this system, and our attempts to send Vox messages have produced confounding results. The Navis Nobilite Station has not simply failed to answer, seems to be maintaining total box silence. However, we did receive a stress signal from the prison planet toyed in the system. Reichhead Minoris itself is not responding to our hails. But what is most alarming is that our augurs have intercepted signals from the surface that seem to indicate ongoing hostilities on the planet. The situation is not very encouraging, but without a navigator, a tech priest, and new crew members, we won't be able to travel anywhere. Therefore, we must go to the planet Navalus and the Navalus Nobilite system and find what is going on. The assembled officers salute as one. Dismissed. Your lordship, there is one other thing. A confidential matter of the utmost. Lady Theodora, your eternally esteemed predecessor, brought the ship here to this system for a reason. She was given a secret commission. You perhaps are wondering who has the authority to commission a rogue trader to do anything. I shall tell you. And I shall tell you. The Lord Inquisitor, the hand of the Emperor, the chief architect of his will in the Kronos Expanse. I would love to see, like, images of this. I would be honored to fulfill. What is it that he asked? Lady Theodora was to seek out the Lord Inquisitor's right-hand man, one Heinrichs von Kallax, an interrogator, you understand? All I know is that he is somewhere in this system, that we must find him and offer him whatever assistance he requires, then deliver him to Footfall in the Furibundus system. Finding him without any more information will go on, will be difficult indeed, but an Inquisitor is an important individual. The authorities in the system, either the Navis Nobilite or the Governor Reichard, may know something. That is all of it. You have a great deal of work ahead of you, but it is a mere taste of the daily burden of a rogue trader. Soon you must take up the reins of Von Valancius Protectorate. Alballard gives you another scrutinizing look, as if trying to gauge how long you will hold out under this mountain of problems. His face softens slightly, and it seems he is about to offer some words of encouragement. Hidara, Sister Argenta, explain yourselves. Grimace grimly nods towards Hidara. The Psyker is suffering some ailment, or dark madness. She insisted on seeing the rogue trader. I judged that it would be unwise to leave her unsupervised. For a brief moment, Sister Argenta hesitated. I was hoping to approach you with a personal request, but it can wait. Speak with me when you have the time. When you have time, rogue trader. Gable. Damn it. In desperation. Your lordship, here's the thing. I was trying to see the immediate future and it hit me so hard. My head is still spinning. Something very strange is heading our way. I can't make out what it is, no matter how hard I try. A single word is all I can make out. Daybreak. Or maybe it's dawn. And it's ringing and ringing like an echo, like a bell. But if it's daybreak, then why is it so dark? We cannot extract any information of value. Can you tell us anything else, Mistress Telas? No. Not yet, anyways. The voices are going berserk. All shouting at once. I can't make sense of any of it. Soon as I know or sense anything, I'll report it right away. I'll report it, alright? Lord Captain, if you want me to take a closer look into your future, find me on the bridge and we can talk. Lady Theodora was so served by my whispers on many occasions. I'm sure you would find benefit. You would benefit from them as well. The Psyker's bitten lips stretched into a wry smile. Why do you look so strange? It comes from my heritage, generation after generation of people who spent their entire lives in the depths of the void ships. Of this void ship, neither we nor our ancestors have ever left our home. But the same can be said about many denizens of the Imperium's million worlds. We are used to the silence of the cosmos and the voices of the ship. There are thousands of us, but we dwell far from the Lord Captain's upper decks. Have you ever left a ship? Oh, I did once. And it was dreadful. Felt like the massive blue dome overhead could shatter at any moment and fall. My bones would be crushed by the gravity. Twitches her shoulders, trying to ward off the flood of memories. The ship is my home, Lord Captain, and I would not trade it for even the bounty of 100 worlds. I live to say. Alright.
Lord Captain. A noble aspiration, Lord Captain. I am ready to acquaint you with all the particulars that interest you. This is a topic for an official briefing, not a casual conversation. But I will try to answer succinctly. And if you permit, in my own words. The Coronis Expanse is considerably removed from the heart of the Imperium. This means that local warp routes become useless within months. Established pathways are regularly subject to attacks from all kinds of rabble. And in the only major port, the Imperium's frigates find themselves moored alongside pirate vessels. Until recently, the Coronis Expanse could hardly have been called a region of the Imperium. The situation has changed with the arrival of the Lord Inquisitor, but not by much. This place operates under its own rules, you see. More radical, so to speak. But ones that allow for a non-standard approach where there is a promise of victory. The Coronis Expanse is considered rogue trader territory for a reason. Only rogue traders have sufficient military might, audacity, and the rights granted them by the warrant to survive the leap into the unexplored part of the Expanse, and in the event of a successful outcome, to hold on to whatever they manage to capture on the frontier.
Who are the main players I need to be aware of?
In the first instance, you should treat official representatives of the Imperium with respect. The Expanse may be on the fringes, but it still numbers among the territories of the Golden Throne. The arrival of the Lord Inquisitor has turned the Coronis Expanse into a less wild and uncontrolled region, to the regret of some individuals who had grown inured to the local lawlessness. Rogue traders such as yourself are also servants of the Imperium. They have been accorded special rights and powers. They wield immense authority within their territory, and they enjoy absolute respect in other parts of the Expanse. The most powerful of them are Caligos Winterscale and Incendia Bastal Chora. Tread carefully when dealing with either of them. If we are to speak of unclaimed territory, which is what Footfall is, among the scum that dwells on that handful of asteroids, there are 3 factions that wield considerable influence in the sector. The first is the Kazbala Commission, organized crime in its most primitive form. It holds sway over the Liege of Footfall, and has links to rogue trader Winterscale. The second faction is an offshoot of our shining ecclesiarchy, followers of St. Drusus. They are actively building their forces, and hold influence over rogue trader Chorda. And finally, the third faction, the Explorators, a wing of the Adeptus Mechanicus. They are willing to die and kill for the secrets of the ancient technological heresies that are hidden among the stars of the Coronis Expanse. You know, Lord Captain, I am no admirer of fine art. But when we next find ourselves in a civilized port, with time to spare, I will promptly find an artist and commission a portrait of the individual to whom you refer, with a hole between the eyes. Conrad Voigtveer. That he committed his treachery and escaped with his life was an unforgivable oversight. We both served Lord Captain Theodora for many years, and we never saw eye to eye. He was brash. He was never afraid of assuming responsibility, and he willingly took on difficult tasks. I am loath to admit it, but the Von Velatius Protectorate continues to reap the fruits of his labors to this day. His service always garnered my respect. But everything else about him made me want to wring the neck of that two-faced snake. If you are taking comfort in the thought that we will hear no more of Conrad, prepare to be disappointed. You thwarted his plans, his meticulously plotted and nurtured treachery. He is sure to attempt to strike at you, and he will use his contacts and knowledge of the Protectorate to do so. The only question, Lord Captain, is whether you will be able to anticipate his next steps. As you wish, Lord Captain. As you wish, Lord Captain. I used to be an officer in the Navis Imperialis. No. Used to be is not quite right. It was not simply a job. It was my calling. The essence of my life. I was proud to serve Lord Captain Theodora, but in my heart and mind, I'm still an officer of the Imperium. I met Lord Captain Theodora on a mission where the Imperial Navy was providing reinforcement to the rogue traders' army on one of the frontiers.
Ooh, we got a raid. Hey, Bunkai. Thanks for the raid.
Not easy. Working with people
Alright.
outside the
Hope
Navy
you enjoyed your
hierarchy has never
stream.
been my strong
Don't
suit.
forget to
It was to my great surprise then that after the
drink,
mission's completion,
eat,
I
take
received
care
a
of
referral
yourself.
to leave my service in the Navy and join the rogue traders' personal council. It was a difficult choice for me, but I saw in the offer a chance to serve the interests of humanity even more effectively than in the Navis Imperialis. You do not need me to tell you just how remarkable a person Lord Captain Theodora was. I recognized her at once as a true leader and formidable creative force. One who had built a protectorate amidst the dangers and wildness of the Expanse.
Over before heading to bed.
Of course.
Well, good night, Bunkai. Hopefully you get to rest well.
I thank you for the honor, but I must decline. As a former military officer, I believe in the importance of order in all things, including the chain of command. You are the Lord Captain, my direct superior. I am not prepared to address you in any way other than as regulation dictates.
Be up in a couple of hours. Alright. Gotcha. Oh, you two have a good night. And rest
Lord
well.
Captain.
Ooh. See here. What is this? Grace of the Oblivious. That's 5. If they're toughness, if their intelligence is what? Less than 35. My intelligence is 50. Shit. Hope your my stream goes up. But thank you. You take care of yourself. Range 5 armor. Where's it? Ah, yeah. You get that. Hmm. Put that there. For each enemy in a 2-cell radius. Nevada Protector. Let's see here. You get that helmet. Ooh. Let's see here.
My gut tells me it's a bad idea.
Oh, let's see here. Last special whisper. So I can probably. Yeah, it's last pistol. I have a shotgun. That should work, and then we can just sell. Auto pistol. Boom. Wait. So I'm gonna have to add this one and take this one and add to her.
I won't stand for it. I won't compromise my principles.
Cancel of heroism, every hero back and follower of each hero. Ah. Let's see here. Actually, let's take that off. Put it on him. Yeah, that makes sense. That kind of looks okay. Universal key.
I refuse.
Okay.
The little sister is afflicted with her own set of voices. Ones that whisper to her about corruption and heresy. Silly girl doesn't realize that if she wants to find the source, she needs to start by looking in her own head. None of the officers knew the Lord Captain well. Not even Abelard, and she was always closer to him than anyone else. She told me from the off that if I ever listened to anything in the warp about her without her permission, I'd be going out through the airlock. I'm not an idiot, so I never stuck my nose where it didn't belong. Only when I was asked. It's hard to wrap my head around the fact that she's gone. Lady von Valancius gave me everything I have. She opened the stars to me and the paths between them. I still think I can hear her voice. All right, let's hear what they're whispering about you.
I feel goosebumps and just laughs and rubs her hands together, and suddenly breathes us with a vacant smile on her face, her head slightly tilted. You feel goosebumps appear on your skin, and your collar begins to waver ever so slightly, as if by a breeze from a half-open door.
Seek not on firm ground, but in a golden hall suspended in the void. There waits a child without kin, but with a name blind to truth. She draws the brush across the canvas and does not notice that her palette is full not of paint, but of blood. And with each smear, this well does not deplete, but fills and fills up to the brim. One thing is clear. When this vessel overflows, none will remain unstained. Among the blind men and false prophets, a red-robed sage seeks the answer to a question. He does not know that it is not the answer he must seek, but the question that will draw everything into focus. Will you help him, rogue trader? But mark that sometimes ignorance is sweeter than oblivion. A chained hound chases after glimmers of the aurora, but sparks in the scent of oil confound his nose. A chain trails after him. What will happen if you pick it up? Will you become his master, or merely another beast in the pack of his true lord? The glow of dawn bursts forth from its prison. Dungeon walls cannot contain the dark essence wallowing in the dust. A naive cub pushes his nose into a familiar hand, one that holds death in twisted glass. Cherish it or cast it off as a burden. The sword of change has already been raised. What is one more life to it? I'm sorry, Lord Captain. The voices are going wild. I can't make out a thing. I'll try to rein them in, somehow. But for now... Of course.
Okay. Yep. Am I missing something? Is it this way? Let's see. Let's go up this way. Bonus experience map. Let's see. Do, 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 do. The events of Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader takes place in a vast region of space known as the Cronus Expanse. This sector is composed of numerous star systems, many of which you will get a chance to visit. You will find yourself scouring the void in search of routes leading to new uncharted systems, discovering more routes as you explore the expanse. What you see before you is the map of the one such system. One star system contains objects you can interact with. Such objects are marked as points of interest. Move your ship to a point of interest, then click left mouse button on it to initiate an event or open the planet view. Right. The guide. We have also space to planetary ship. Saved and therefore cannot respond. Of unclear genesis that are through most of the regions. That the reactor core is still active in many other compartments. In the declaration of your intent to negotiate. I feel like it's akin to that of your protectorate. Take them and order the crew. Affirmative, we do not know what is happening at the station, so we will look for the esteemed navigator's blind. Dock safely. Rumors and contracts quests. Okay, that's done. Yeah. And that's what we're... Right? Pretty sure.
Pathetic worm. You dare to argue with your master?
It was not you whom I swore to serve within these walls. My lips are sealed.
Confess. What was the old man's last command? What are you planning?
Give up, Keeper. You have lost this battle. Again.
We're getting nowhere with these ones, sir. Permission to execute them.
You will be consigned to the oblivion against Helms or Celio. Deliver your servants in peril. Prayers will not help you, servant of the damned. In the name of God, I execute the infidels. Not a step further. We have some strange guests on the station. No one has the right to interpret his will so freely, brother. I recognize your coat of arms. You must be a lord of the dynasty. Yes, I am positive, in fact. And since fate has brought such an important person to my abode, allow me to introduce myself. Before you stands Felix Christoph August, keeper of the station. So you did not come to offer support to the traders. This is great news. Having said that, you must understand that Eric V is a holy section for House Aurelia. Celio, and the path to it is only revealed to a select few. It pains me to say you are not on the guest list. Betrayal, a most banal thing in the life of the nobilite, don't you think so? Don't you think? I was stabbed in the back by my closest friend, Theobald Arcelio, the second keeper of Oric V, and my mentor. On his instructions, my own people sabotaged the generators, blew up the shuttles, and brutally massacred the loyal servants of my mistress. Most unforgivably, they dared to take her prisoner. Greedy scum. The madmen have captured Lady Cassia and are now torturing her. Help me rescue or be gone. What kind of help? I would never ask you for such a favor under different. Yet lady's well-being is above all. I have not got many people left. My wounds are too deep for me to act with precision. You must actually succeed. In order to ascend the Princess Chamber, you will need to remake a holy relic sanctified with the blood of Arcelia herself. This is the control rod to the elevator. Why should I help you? You came for a reason. Not help you to the current crisis. But if you aid us now, I promise we will reach an agreement. I have a phylactery containing the mistress's blood. It needs to be taken to the laboratory, which is located behind one of the relic corridors. This ancient of mechanisms will help to rebuild the rod. The tech priest ceaselessly performed the rites of appeasement, so that the machine spirit would serve the house in its time of need. The fateful hour is now upon us. The station's main cogitator is situated in the guard room. Just enter the correct command sequence, and the sacred mechanism will do the rest. Guess that makes sense. Let's see. Incredibly, I'm not allowed to discuss about my mistress, whether her retinue, with her retinue or outside. She will tell you about herself. I've already said it. Enough questions. So be it. Hurry the mistress safety. Okay. No, which one am I doing? That one?
Who thought that was a good idea?
Just as I planned.
See? Right there.
Oh.
What do we have here?
There's a trap ahead. Order your character to disable it if your character.
Is there money to be made?
Stand firm, we must not let the miscreants defile House Aurelia.
I'll make an example out of you!
For the Emperor!
Okay.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I refuse. I'll do it. God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
You missed.
It's as good as done. Another enemy down.
Okay.
It's worse than this.
Hey.
That is not my destiny. Was it you? What an unfortunate turn of fate. Not this Scryer's job. Anything else?
Nope.
That's not the Seneschal's job. Indeed. I took care of this one.
Oh, they killed their own man. Let's see here.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone! Doubt is for the weak.
Damn.
Let's make some opportunities.
But of course.
Mere pain won't stop me.
High momentum.
At your beck and call. Victory is imminent. Just a minor setback.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury! As the Emperor commands.
Who if not me?
How dare you strike at the Emperor's faithful?
Some shots are able to pierce enemy.
I know what is to come. On it. What an unfortunate turn of fate.
It will be done. Only one fewer target.
There we go.
Guided by faith. Faith without deeds is worthless.
need luck. I have strategy. Your end was inevitable.
Okay. Let's see here. Bash.
My gut tells me it's a bad idea.
And then put scrappy auto pistol. All right.
I know how to take risks.
And we're gonna just keep.
Success is the only outcome I accept.
Damn. What's here? Mutated. Okay, select everyone.
Keep your wits about you. I won't let it define me.
I'm at your service. Whatever you wish.
Okay.
I have a nose for profit and a taste for adventure.
So one of these are bound to be the one that that one's locked.
I always keep my options open.
Never doubt me.
The crew continues to mourn Lady Theodora. I fear it may affect the performance of their duties in service of the Lord Captain.
The Whispers told me a secret.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
I am. Sorry, alright? I can't hear anything. Now I see. You're in league with them. Is this an insurrection? Yes. Indeed. Get to the traitor! I know. You're all traitors. Traitors of all of you. They told me. They whispered. Hey, who are you? Meteorite trunk.
That's how it's done.
We can quest Pelicus area alive. Diabolic Colorado. Upper chambers. Deceased. This is Officer A282. Tech Priest crew sent to investigate the problem. Officer H13. H123 speaking. 200 servants have perished due to explosive decompression. Living quarters. Station quarters. We attempted to contact the Winterscale Scion for help. Something is jamming the signal. We never received a reply. And it cannot be sure. And cannot be sure it was even sent in the first place. Our rescue team is not coming. We are on our own, so remain vigilant. Anyone could be a traitor. You hear me? Anyone! If you are in doubt, shoot to kill. Recent entries, the servants. Okay. Data expunged. Regent Aronto Marcellium. Warning, total damage in technical compartments A12, B3, D8, and H24 been detected. Warning, living quarters L10, L16, L28 decompressed. Warning, unable to access the station's docking systems. Warning, on energy regulation system unknown error. The station will transfer over to emergency power. Immediate evacuation of the facility is advised. Warning. Security captain and above. Tech use 25. Succeeded. gained 4 XP. Easily bypass the system. The restrictions imposed on the sacred machine. Most of the encrypted data has been wiped. You find traces of the purge protocol. Recovery is impossible by the list. Of the most recent commands having been embedded in the machine spirit's consciousness now flits across the screen in a single creeping line. Shadow delete pick flow disable access code annual station controls delete activate shuttle self-destruct purge command log. Only the keepers of the station have access to the life support systems, but Keeper Theobald had not left the child's side, neither had I. Could it be that... Wait, activate the elevator. Processing inquiry. Confirm. Error. Processing. Error. I'm gonna cheat a bit and translate binary to English. Here we go. Binary. What? No. Binary to English. Binary to text. Okay, let's see here. 0 1 0 0 1 1 0 1 0 1 1 1 2 3 4 1 0 1 1 0 1 1 1 0 0 1 1 1 0 1 0 1 0. Wait. Second 3 1. Second 3 1 0 1 0 1 0 1 1 1 2 3 4 1 1 2 3 4 5 6 zeros 1 1 2 3 4 1 1 0 1 1 0 1 1 1 1 0 1 1 0 1 1 1 0 0 1 1 0 0 1 1 0 0 1 1 0. Not 2 zeros, 1 0 1 1101 100 101 100 1 110 111 0101 0111 001 00110 000 10111 0112 zeros 110100. Right. 2 zeros 1 0 1 1 0 1 2 3 4 0 1 2 0 1 2 3. So let me see if I can. So to show off what the statement here is saying, This is legit what it translates into. Ready? This little thing here. Manual that. So, let's see here. Let's see if we can translate anything else. 0, 1, 1, 0, 1, then 2, 3, 4, 1, 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 0, 1, 1, 0, 1, 1, 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, 1, 1, 0, 0. I think it's this one. Nope. Woo! The vid screen lights up with a smattering of unfamiliar screen symbols. You hear a peculiar click from somewhere behind you. It appears to open one of the doors.
Let us not dawdle.
We're done for. Some twisted influence found its way into the station. Uwe. Uwe has had his tongues cut off, just like the rest of the lower servants of the house of Leo. Fatigue. Duration permanent. Well, let's see.
Just as I planned. Success is the only outcome I accept.
Yeah.
That's how it's done.
Goods. What are you? To persuasion? Nothing else? Warp Sears go. Okay. Bonus. Ooh. Wait.
I'm not so sure.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
The RC has found its way into the halls. Oh, which means
Is there money to be made?
let's see. It would have to be this way for that door. Let's see here. We're secured. That's about it. Unless we go like back this way.
Just as I planned.
Control rod is required.
Keep your wits about you.
So I have to go back out this way. Jump over.
I'll learn from this mistake.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
I always keep my options open.
Something here has to be able to help. So it has to be this way?
I always have a backup plan.
Awaken the cogitator. Main elevator has been activated. There we go.
Let us not dawdle.
Alright, goods. The cost exchange.
I always get the job done.
Open that up. Research note. Collect. They all don't kill me. Adamantine. Remake the control rod. Regent flask. Alright. Ooh. Journal. Take that. Tissue flask. Transductor.
This is intriguing.
Side crystal. Ooh. Okay, tissue flask. Data crypt. Catalyst. Ooh. Actually, I don't think we'll try again because we just lost some very precious. Synthetic. Okay, I. Adamantium and black water. Another ceremony. Blackwater, this is the worst idea that could have entered my mind. Okay, experiment. Tech priest blessed, which means it is no longer necessary to remain near the device while waiting for the reaction to start. So let's hear it. If we go meteorite chunk, black water, and flesh. Meteorite dust. Oh, so that's no longer available. Got it.
Is there money to be made? Keep your wits about you.
Experience. Nothing matters more.
Who is who? Okay. Hand over the key. Since a badly disturbed Medicasia's psyche and the warp entities will always lust for weaker souls, especially when the veil grows thin. You'll get everything you wanted. A loyal navigator. Yay! So we get a navigator. Whoop whoop. Pale figure with unnaturally long limbs stands with her arms raised, her hands deformed with talon-like nails. Her deathly pale face is coated with blood that continually streams from her scarlet misted light eyes. Her spiny gills, slightly hidden under her disheveled hair, twitch nervously at your approach. Now, only now do you notice the third eye among the young woman's forehead, hidden by a bejeweled ornament. When your eyes meet, you sense an overwhelming, soul-smothering power. Will test succeeded. You are enveloped in despair and grief, and an invisible hand reaches around your throat, cutting off your breath. Your limbs seem to fill with lead. Your heart hammers in your chest, and the desire to turn and flee from this room, from this station, almost gets the better of you. At the last moment, you master your emotions, and your will pushes back against the illusion, forcing it to retreat. Ow, as if my own pals weren't bad enough. Now this one's barging into my head. Somebody stop her. Heresy! The betrayer's dead already, and you, who are you? Child, Lady Cassia. Where are you, sacred child? Wait. The heavy-set man who had been kneeling nearby erupts into low sobs. His eyes swollen from crying, dart desperately around the room as though the veil of ignorance has been ripped away from them. The child, Lady Cassia, where are you? The sacred child, throne preserve. Despite his venerable age, the leaps up and rushes to the young woman's side. You! Revealing his face to you. It is threaded with jet-black veins, bulging, milky eyes bear a striking resemblance to those of a dead fish. As if the man's flesh is rotting from inside his decaying eyes. My eyes fail me, but they are unable to make you out as either enemy or ally. I'm warning you, one wrong move will bring the wrath of House Aurelian. Kevin, this one's deranged. It's making the whispers of shriek like crazy. He might just open that eye of his. Threatening the head of a dynasty is a sacred defense. I'll grant that you do not look like pirates who have come coveting the riches of a wretched station, or like scoundrels in Felix's service. So who are you? There's a rogue trader in our corner. How interesting. Your kind always makes an appearance in desperate times, ready to cut a deal that benefits one side alone. Given that you have not so far drawn your weapons, your intentions are probably peaceful. And so House Arcelio now asks a service of you. Save the child in exchange for future cooperation. Do not hurry to answer. Think on it. You can make yourself an ally or an enemy of our house today. You decide. Save the child. Take her away from the station. I fear I do not have long left. A bluish rivulet trickles down the man's chin. As he wipes mutated blood brusquely away with his sleeve, you glimpse strange burns covering his flesh under his clothing. The slightest movement might be causing him unbearable pain. Save the child. Deliver her to Regent Aranto, head of... Rest assured that the reward will be your effort. But after everything we've seen, I've got some reservation about this girl. Such a fragile thing with such a heavy burden on her shoulder. My service to the house is coming to an end. The wounds inflicted on my flesh will never heal. I am dying. Praise the throne. Slowly enough to see child. No, I'm the keeper of Urek 5, and I will perish along with my station. On that note, I have no other matters. Bellic is my wayward student. He came to Urek 5 as a callow youth. I personally mentored him and entrusted him with the care of the child. He was like a son to me, but he proved to be just another traitor. He sought to steal our most precious treasure, the heir of our house, our sacred child, to revel in power with others like him, casting our house into the abyss to prevent the centuries-long traditions of our family. You can see the fruits of his villainy for yourself. He decided he was not bound by his duties to the legacy of the greatest of our Novators, Tisiphone Arcelia, who led our house to prosperity for countless years. Foolish boy, the renegades clouded his mind. They sought to seize control of the dynasty before the sacred child had come of age and taken up the Novators' throne. So choose. Why should I trust your words? Defending myself before strangers. I thought I would fall so low. Not stake farewell. I give you my word as a member of the novelist noble like that the honest word of an honorable man counts for anything with you. I guarded this station against calamity and incursions from without. To the best of my ability, I forced the wardens to strictly observe security protocols. I personally selected every servant. How could you lose control? Do not thrust my errors in my face. I am twice your age and twice as wise. Take my advice. Trust no one but yourself and the Emperor. Even those closest to you will betray you for gold, power, or a far-fetched idea of a bright future. Allies are always welcome, even a temporary one. I will revive the child. Do not be alarmed. The power of prayer will help us destroy our enemies and shield us from navigate but to you. Okay. While no one appears to be living in this cage, somebody still filled the trough. they pay the price. Show them.
You will beg for mercy, but I will grant none.
Death to his enemies!
Ooh. Oh. Oh.
I'll see to it personally. I won't compromise my principles. I'll make it happen. I'll see to it personally. I'll make it happen.
Die!
Let's see here. That would get
As
must.
the Emperor commands, none can escape the Emperor's judgment. Doubt is for the weak.
Bam. Fuck you.
Failed me. What is this foreboding?
No can do.
Was that you? Or
For the glory of the Imperium!
the heretics?
A temporary setback.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time. I will do my duty. I'd rather not. I'm not interested. Indeed.
Death to the heretics!
I'll see to it personally. I'll make it happen.
Come on.
Who, if not me? upon it. I've faced worse than this.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Use the reloading. Okay.
That is not my destiny. Anything else? Very well.
I took care of this one. Tried and tested tactics are the best ones.
Where is he? Oh. All that's left is the guard.
At your beck and call. Reduced to dust.
Now, this is your burden, child. Survive. Return to the fold of your house as your destiny demands.
No! Don't leave me alone in this violet brown haze! Wake up!
He was a fine seer of the war. He fought for his mistress until the end.
Yeah, no. Enough's enough. I've had my fill of waterworks, thank you.
What need have I for your regrets? I just want things to go back to the way they were before. What are you going to do to me? I beg your pardon, but what about my servants? Yurak 5 is still full of people loyal to House Orselio.
He ponders your words for a short while.
As a Lady Navigator of House Orselio, I accept your gracious offer of protection. Please, take me to your vessel. I can no longer bear the pain of this place.
Okay. Reach the Voidship Bridge. That is already done. Why are you... Still save the lady. Select all. Oh, that's right. Let's level her up. Let's level her up, and as she is, I am going to increase her friendliness. And see here. I won't let Cassia die. I need, let's see here. Offense feature. Expertise. I need proficiency, which apparently I already do have, right? Is that why you won't? Oh. Burning effect, pinnacle. I did not know that. Holy shit. Lord Kevin, Lady Navigator, welcome aboard. The Sanctum Navis has been prepared for the communion ritual, but if Lady Navigator wishes to rest in her quarters first. Short and choppy, your fingertips tingle unpleasantly. You notice that Vigis is shivering slightly, and the crew is glancing around in puzzlement, searching for the source of this sudden wave of unease. Without even looking at the caster, Cassia waves her wand. First, I wish to speak with the rogue trader. Leave us. Of course. When you are ready for the ritual, please let me know. Sweeps her pensive gaze over, then lowering her lashes slightly, turns to you. It's a small exhale and then raised her pointed chin. I have not yet thanked you for saving me on the station. My thoughts were clouded with so much mournful ash when Theobald's heart stopped. But you acted honorably and did not exploit me in my wretched position. For that I am immeasurably grateful. But now, I am ready to go to the Sanctum Navis and perform the sacred rite. I require brushes, canvas, and the best paints you have on board. But no red. Why do you refuse red paint? It is my habit to use the blood of my attendants so as to preserve my own. However, given the current circumstances, my own would serve even better. The blood of the Navis Nobilite is sacred, and so it's more suitable for communion ritual. I shall ensure that all the necessary supplies are delivered to the Sanctus. I shall take my leave for the duration of the rite. I ask that you do not follow me. Very few can survive the gaze of my warp eye when it is open. I will oversee the open channel between the Lady Navigator and the bridge. May the Emperor's light help us all. Voxcaster. Finishing communion ritual. May the exultant ring of metal freed from its scabbard, then the stifled gasp of the Lady Navigator. The rhythmic drip on liquid of liquid on canvas, and the faint whisper of a brush. I see violent vortexes lashing up an ocean with a million flails, and umber shadows spinning over the surface in a fiery dance. A storm rising above foaming waters, armadas drowning in fog. The path from one end to another cannot be seen. And here, beyond the wall of glass, a daughter forsaken by her father yearns for her brother. The sun, pale disk, goes in tireless pursuit of her? No, of me. Its frozen rays lie that spring is here. The light is deafened. The great ruler is gone. My apologies for cutting off the broadcast. I've never heard of the warp speaking through a navigator before. The connection is restored now. It will not happen again. Soul shredding shrieks down. The servants are howling and shrieking like wild beasts, moaning in pain. Their throats raw from the strain. Then sudden silence. The dull thud of dropping bodies proclaims their fate. It appears the servants were part of Lady Navigator's rite, as it was for her predecessor. I will arrange for the bodies to be removed from the Sanctum Navis after the ritual, or what is left of them. Rogue Trader, I have some fortunate news. Endless blackness has spread across the canvas. Biting what should be whole in two. My sight cannot glimpse the light of the Emperor as clearly as before. I cannot turn around. My brush only draws me onward. The way is blocked. By the Emperor's grace, the ritual was successful. Your vessel's temperament presented a challenge. Its cold steel grip did not allow me to breathe freely even for a second. It was as if the depths of the ship housed not only machine spirits, but something other. Now I will retreat to my chambers to recover my strength. Send for me if you have need for me. Congratulations on acquiring a navigator. Spare me a few moments of your time, please. There are several matters that require your attention. First of all, I want to report on the condition of the station you arrived 5. Have you opted in to begin your visit? Had you opted in, the station could have become critically unfortunately. The decision to immediately visit the representative of Navis Nobula. We can either send our forces to disassemble and procure for our own vessel, or attempt to save as many valuables. gather any components. With your permission, I would also like to remind you that we are still looking for Engine Seer Prime. Both the vessel and its machine spheres are in desperate need of oversight by an experienced tech priest. We are also missing some crew, and much more importantly, we have not yet located Heinrichs Calyx, right hand. Now, we know for sure he was not at Uruk 5, so keep in mind when making any future plans. Thank you. That'll be all for now. Okay. So let's go to Reichard Majors. Let's do the prison planet, right? Scan. Alright. So this would get us the crew. Well, you know. And is currently in the wardroom, where uninitiated crew members are shunning her in terror. Perhaps you should find out what brought Cassie to deck. Yes, we should.
Lord Captain, my apologies. I did not notice your entrance. Compared to Uruk 5, your ship is a boundless world of unfamiliar hues. And yet, the abundance of bright colors can at times be wearisome on the eyes. The bridge and the decks are so clamorous. In my search for a place of quiet, I was fortunate to come upon this islet of serenity filled with rare tomes and practically devoid of color.
Very well.
One should not underestimate the navigators of House Orselio, Lord Captain. Like a shawl of pale smoke, a faint malaise hangs upon my shoulders, but it will not be the slightest hindrance to my duty to humanity, and my duty to you.
Are you satisfied with me?
Your servants are somewhat sluggish when it comes to attending a noblewoman of the Navis nobility, but they are quite tolerable. Thank you for your concern.
Inches over adjust the adornment. Narcally hides her clawed fingers in the folds of her. The unnatural appearance of navigators often becomes the topic of gossip among lowly servants and officers alike. It is clear that she does not feel comfortable aboard this ship.
Oh, this. I found this fascinating read on one of the shelves, and I must say, it has caught my eye. Its every chapter is written in verse. I find it so beautiful and enrapturing. Uruk 5 had a vast archive of its own, of course. Although most of the works within had to do with scholarly disciplines of some sort or another. Only in my sparse moments of respite was I allowed to escape into the pages of more embellished works.
Cassia gently brushes the dust off with the cover with her thin clawed hand. Her eyes filled with longing after reminiscing about her last home.
people on this ship who are far more impulsive and dangerous to others, and far less devoted to the God Emperor than a herald of the Navis nobility. But I did not need your words to see the shades of umber unease that whirl around your subjects whenever I am near. Were I not acquainted with such a reaction, I could have found their behavior and your question just now insulting. Lord Captain, would you kindly explain to me why you are pestering me with these questions? Inquiring about my mood and my needs, showing an interest in the books I am enjoying? You are behaving as if you possessed a shred of fellow feeling for one such as I. I beg your pardon, Lord Captain. That was no way for a navigator to conduct herself.
And by her own words, Cassia covers her mouth, pales, blushes, and then pales again. Shakes her face behind the cascade of her snow-white hair. Let's see here. I'm beginning to think, Lady Cassia, that the feelings I have are far more complicated than comments. Share them with others.
Lord Captain? So many colorful sparks are flaring to life and dimming all around you. It is a veritable ocean of emotions. There are so many of them that I can barely see the pure white sincerity of your words. Please forgive me. I cannot even understand myself right now. Your words and attention have reminded me of life on the station, of Theobald and Felek. I do not understand. They were merely the keepers of Urak 5. So why do memories of those two make me feel a strange heaviness here? At the same time, I find myself overwhelmed with new excitement and anticipation. At last, I have set foot outside my familiar walls, and into a world that I have only seen before in the pages of books. Your ship alone is a treasure trove of remarkable artifacts and curiosities. And just imagine the things that await beyond, but... my delight must seem childish to you, surely. In your heart, you must be finding all this quite amusing.
I would not dare make fun of old lady's feelings, especially not one who is captivating.
Words like that, Lord Captain, could easily be misconstrued. You should familiarize yourself with some of the works in your library to learn the appropriate manner of conversing with a lady.
Struggling to maintain an expression of polite indifference, Cassia covers her face, her burning face, and swiftly exits the room. Yes! I'll score on my chance with. Alright. See here. Warp features, don't have that. Archetype. Universal. Now I have bolter weapon. I'm able to do that. Alright. Origin archetype. Let's see here. Whenever the officer, be vigilant. Let's see, recommended. Commanding voice, steel resolve. Blood for martyrs, inspire courage. She already has this. Whenever the target's an ally within action. I think I'm gonna go steel resolve. And more willpower, right? Yeah. Increased ballistic skill. Archetype. Trench concentrated fire. For the Psyker. Let's see here. Warp features. Ooh. Let's see here. Unnatural luck. Her intelligence will increase. And next up is him. Alright. Athletics. There we go. Ooh. All right. That actually looks kind of cool for her. She's got an auto pistol, and I'll give her that. That way everyone is pretty much saved. Ooh. Deals damage. Let's reduce. Equip. Cool.
That's not the Seneschal's job.
Best feelings, let's see. Okay. Ooh. So if I went back to that one. Cool. Now the real question is, do I stay like this? Let's see here. Character, journal, map. Void management. Or engine. Upgrade. Ooh. Hosts. Master Cannoneer. Warp Channeler. So maneuvers. Let's see here. Um. Hey, one of the blessed, the Deserta, sometimes colloquially referred to as daughters of the Emperor. Furious in both battle and prayer, the young warrior yearns to bring light to the dark corners of the Kronos Expanse. Argenta traveled on the void ship of Theodora Valancius on the fateful day when Sarah to Chaos. She joined. Okay.
Words cannot describe how boring the bridge is without our stimulating conversations. I am a part of House Orselio, an ancient dynasty of the Navis nobility. Since time immemorial, our family has served to advance knowledge, pushing at the boundaries of the dark unknown. The Starway Atlas contains 2,843 routes that chart the sectors of the Segmentum Obscurus and reach all the way from the Coronis Expanse to Holy Terra. You will? That would be most appreciated, Lord Captain.
Tell me about your life on the station.
My stay on the station was wholly dedicated to preparing me for my future duty. Astromancy, astrography, numerology, the histories of my house and the Imperium, as well as other disciplines. For many years, dozens of instructors tirelessly prepared me for my destiny. And once a year, Great Regent Alronto would come to the station. He would entrust his beautiful vessel to my command, so that I could master the practical aspects of our art as well. The Regent gave me a bird from a sunlit planet once. I tried to befriend it and make it sing, but for some reason, it refused, and died soon after. The instructors were too respectful of my duty to my house to waste precious time on idle chatter. Aside from them, there were only servants on the station, and you know they have their vocal cords removed, so they cannot break their vow of silence. And since the subject has been breached, Lord Captain, why do you not follow this honored tradition? Your decks are so garish. Apologies, I meant noisy. The rabble don't just chatter. Sometimes they shout and even sing. Why do you allow such a lack of restraint? Rogue traders are highborn, are they not?
The ruler cannot maim people just because it is in his power to do so. On the contrary, it is the duty of every ruler to look after him.
Your words sound amazingly blasphemous. If a ruler's duty dictates the need for violence, would dispensing it not be their responsibility? I will contemplate your answer in solitude. The Navigator's open eye is baneful to whoever the warp's ruinous shine falls upon, and therefore it is the symbol of our power. We are the guiding stars of humanity, found worthy of an uncommon gift, and one of the duties that we bear is to guard our eye, even from wayward glances that may bear evil. Besides, I am aware that lesser servants of the Imperium may find our appearance repulsive. The Navigator gene twists the features the rabble are used to seeing, and the magnificence of our role cannot be grasped by their feeble minds.
You're beautiful, Cassia. Do not let anyone or anything convince you about your
Lord Captain, you are overstepping the bounds of propriety. Hardly. According to the chronicles of the house, I was born on one of the Orselio worlds. Oh, what was it? Please forgive me, Lord Captain. My childhood memories are too vague. Sometimes I dream about the colorful birds that built their nests in the garden, or the servants dressed in purple livery, or the blue fog that rolled over the lowlands behind the palace. But everything is covered in a rosy haze. Perhaps it is my imagination, not my memory, that is painting these pictures. It may be difficult to describe. You see, every navigator perceives the warp differently. My mentor, Great Regent Elronto, always described his travels through the Immaterium as a journey through a vast wood with countless paths. And I, assisting him in the first voyages, futilely tried to follow his example. But the wood would not reveal itself to me. But everything changed when I found my own key to this mystery. You see, I've always brightened up my rare moments of leisure time by painting. You may recall there was a workshop in my chambers. As soon as I imagined the warp as a blank canvas, an indescribable feeling came over me. I moved the brush, going deeper and deeper into my own painting. Visions were hidden within the vibrant colors of my palette, and something inside me knew which should be brought out and which should be left behind. I woke up several days later, after the voyage was safely complete.
I noticed that your love of painting is reflected in your speech as well. You associate so many images with hues and colors.
The Emperor graced me with a gift. I can see inner life in addition to the mundane. You cannot know that a fruit has rotten from the inside until a blade slices it in two. I can see the rot from far away. It roils like swamp mud, oozing through the bright peel. Anger and boredom, sadness and joy. Everything that people shut away inside themselves is revealed to me like colors on the canvas of my world. You will hear no objection from me, Lord Captain. As the only voice of our family on this vessel, it is an honor. As long as your questions are courteous, I will answer every one of them. You are shrewd indeed. My ancestor charted that route while fleeing the enemies of humanity. They say the Emperor himself was his guide, because the warp expelled their vessel without a single loss. Unfortunately, the lips of those who relate this tale seep with disgusting green hubris. I think Colleen Orselio was simply a skilled navigator. Oh, yes. The navigators of the house came to the Coronis Expanse fairly recently, a mere 208 years ago. Before that, our ancestors expanded the borders of humankind's dominion for the glory of the Emperor, blazing trails to different corners of the galaxy.
Who rules the house?
Just as a rogue trader stands at the head of a protectorate, a Novator heads a navigator house. It is the Novator who decides where to look for alliances and which path their bloodline is destined to tread. As for our house, the transfer of power to a successor is currently underway. In the meantime, Great Regent Auronto Orselio is ensuring the stability of the house.
You've lived in seclusion on a closed station until further committed assassination.
So, says Regent Auronto. Nothing is decided yet. Some people in the house become enshrouded in rolling grey clouds at the thought of me becoming the Novator. But even more are bound with dull leaden chains. They think I am not ready for such a burden. By all means. Sister Argenta shines like a guiding star, inspiring resolve in those around her, seemingly inexplicably. However, I see a dark and ugly fog billow behind her, contrasting sharply with her shining light. It burdens the Sister of Battle. It drags her down. Yet Argenta herself is hardly aware of it. Seneschal Viserion is among the few whose colors are a pleasure to look at. Whenever the Seneschal speaks, heavenly crystal clarity spreads around him. And whenever he is angered, dark blue clouds condense over him. And in his rare moments of joy, a pure gleam of sunset pink caresses the souls of those near him. Out of your entire retinue, Lord Captain, he is the only one I would trust with my life. Idira's emotions are like a maelstrom, bright, unbridled, enveloping her form like a wondrous kaleidoscope of colors. And as dangerous as a twisting warp storm. The riot of colors hides the truth from my eyes. What exactly is driving this woman? Is it her own will, or is it the Immaterium, Lord Captain?
I don't know. I hope not. Let's talk about us.
Right here? Are you sure? Of course. Let us turn from personal matters to more pressing concerns. I have enjoyed your company. Thank you for the conversation.
Hey. Okay. So, currently, my guy is in a relationship, I think, with Cassia. That is actually kind of cool. Alright. Oh yeah, Argenta wanted to speak to me.
Trader. I indeed have a request, Rogue Trader.
The accursed servants of chaos who assaulted the ship took the lives of your loyal crew members, and they orphaned many children, the progeny of the brave officers who defended their post until the bitter end. I don't know what customary practices there are for cases like this in Von Valactus territory, but in the world I'm familiar with, the children of could expect some special consideration. I will meet with them. No formalities needed. There are children. These are the children of people who gave their lives away for this dynasty. We're gonna see the children from the prologue. Yay! Press any key. The motley group of adolescents do not take their eyes gazing you as if you were a creature straight from a fairy tale. Our indefatigable sister. What the fuck? Okay. Indefatigable. How's that sounding? Oh. Indefatigable. What? Indefatigable. 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 What does that mean, nigga? Persisting tirelessly. Okay, so it is a term that, yeah, so that's what it means. Okay, so it's like our tireless sister has been keeping an eye on these pups. Albert glances at the gathered children. It is hardly the Scoloprogenium in here. Scoloprogenium, a division of the ecclesiarchy responsible for the upbringing, education, and training of orphans of those officers and nobles who have died in the service of the Imperium. But we have provided the orphans on our ship with adequate care and instruction. Argentina. Argentina is standing to the side of the group. As at your approach, she perks up and announces, her voice ringing. Brave ones, the master of this ship has appeared before you, the one who guides it through the darkness of the universe by the Emperor's will. Greet your Lord Captain, the rogue trader of House Valactus. Okay, let's see what they have. Grandly address the group. I, the rogue trader and Lord Captain of this ship, speak to you now. Your parents gave their lives for a just cause and brought honor to the Von Valactus banners and those of the Imperium. I am proud of them, and I believe you will be their worthy heirs. I can smile at the group. Your Lord Captain greet the brave ones, or address the chaperons. Give them treats and escort them to their homes. I believe a minute of beholding is... No. I smile at the group. The teenagers kept staring at you. A girl who remained close to smiles uncertainly. A skinny, pale lad tries to throw his shoulders back and stand at attention like a soldier. Only a few teenagers at the far end of the row seem sullen, not particularly impressed. One of the scowling visitors with a thin scar across his face tosses his head back and says, so what? Why should we care? Our friends and parents died in their dozens for your noble lot, and you just give us speeches. A flurry of emotion flashes her dark eyes. She wants to both calm him and scold him. If you have things to say them without fear. I will listen. Voa smiles grimly. It doesn't matter what we say. It won't bring our parents back, and it won't change our fates either. We'll keep slaving away on this ship until we drop and die like our folks, or worse. I understand. Let's see here. Oh my goodness. I'm so glad I didn't raise the volume for you guys. Hopefully you can still hear, but I can hear the sniffling. Like almost sobs. Okay. I understand your grief and dismay. Your parents died. It's not an easy thing to go through. They gave their lives for the truth, for the good of the whole of the ship, for the Imperium. Do not speak of their honorable fate with anger and disdain. And the heretics, I was there. I took command, I fought, and I repelled the assault as quickly as I could. But no war could be won without losses. You can only strive. The strong have the power to decide the fate. The weak either obey or die. If you seek a different law in life, boy, save your grumbling and look for an opportunity to rise above the rest. Oh. Stretch and drink water. Ooh. Oh no! I forgot my water. Got a snacky too. Yeah! Yeah, let's quickly take a... It's been 5 hours. Yeah! Right around hour 3, I took a quick break, grabbed myself some food. I'm good for another couple hours, but I'll drink some water. I gotta go fill up real quick, so be back. Alright. Got myself 2 snacks just in case we keep going. And I have some water. Thank you for letting me know. No. Let's see. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I feel so bad because I don't know how I can respond to this. Yeah. Let's see here. I understand your grief and dismay. Your parents died. Not an easy thing to go through. But they gave their lives for the truth, for the whole of the ship, for the Imperium. For the whole of the ship, for the Imperium. Do not speak of their honorable fate with anger and disdain. Hmm. Whether or not your words have left an impression on the boy, but he nods slowly. Then he catches himself and gives you an awkward bow. Abelard gives a sign, and the servants immediately emerge carrying packaged treats with Von Velactus. Blazon, it appears that the Ascension came prepared for any contingency. I like that animation. Argenta rubs her temple pensively. She smiles and offers a few more words of encouragement, then leaves the boy. Oh, leaves the bay. Yay! And I get that, boys. Like, that's how we would mostly respond. Okay. Let's see here. Perhaps we should talk to the sister of Baden. Oh! Wow.
Greetings. About me. I am the Emperor's daughter and his servant. What else is there to tell about me? This ship was targeted by heretical pirates, which means that my presence here and the assistance I provide to you are my sacred duty. Sooner or later, I will likely have to return to Footform to protect its reliquary. But for now, I wish to remain a part of the Rogue Trader's crew.
I enjoy your company, Argenta. I hope you remain in the crew and the ship becomes your home.
Those are very courteous words, Rogue Trader. Thank you, both for your words and your hospitality.
Gives you another somewhat puzzled look. Okay. Well then. Let's open the map. I think it's High Factorum, right? Supposedly it's here, where we speak to the High Factorum. Janus Dandrock. My duties encompass anything that might enrich you and your protectorate. Of course. I often deal with the followers of Saint Drusus, the Explorators, or Fellowship, or forgive us, the Fellowship of the Void. Ah, okay. Profit of them, of course. Most of the things you find during expeditions are complete junk to one such as yourself, but the less fortunate and affluent servants of the Emperor think them treasures, especially when they are bestowed by the great Rogue Trader himself. Juician fanatics, in pirate cutthroats, Cas Blanc, Balaka, dealers and explorators. None will refuse our help in these dark and trying times. And there may even be a time when we shall be the ones requiring aid, and it would be beneficial to have allies. Providing it. Okay. Cognitions. I don't know. I'm not saying I know it's what they're hoping to find. Their acolytes regularly show up on uninhabited worlds. On inhabited worlds, seeking bits of sacred knowledge, tracking down mechanical relics, and sniffing out Xeno artifacts. If truth be told, supposedly they want to save the ignorant rabble from corruption. A tech priest named Opticon 22 does business with us on the fleet's behalf. He can be found at the docks on Footfall. Okay. Wait, back. Oh. So I could legit I think I hear him missing. Huh? The everyday sounds of the bridge are disrupted by voices in anger. A voice loudest of all. This is not the conduct of an officer. These are the antics of a high-born brat on a lark. Out on a lark. Explain yourself, Lieutenant. Young woman standing before Abelard strives with all her might not to quail under the onslaught of her superior's anger. She falters but then manages to look him in the eye and say, I apologize, sir, but I must speak with the Lord Captain. Very well, Lieutenant. You may address the Lord Captain, not least because I see you have already seen fit to disturb him. Your unauthorized appearance on the bridge and display of belligerence toward a higher-ranking officer will be logged on your personal file without delay. Lord Captain, Lieutenant, requesting permission to speak. Vent falls silent, then adds rashly, on a matter of extreme importance and urgency. I'm sorry. I thought that drastic times called for drastic measures. Any minute now, an assault unit will be dispatched to the lower decks by any means to crush a worker strike by any means. But I am convinced that this step was unwarranted, and that the crisis itself was provoked by the actions of one of the senior officers. Trembling in the tension as she delivers her speech. You know her. Let's a skeptical huff. Lord Captain, I urge you to investigate the actions of and to intervene in what's happening on the lower decks. Because very soon we will have a mutiny or a massacre on our hands. Then reels off the last words as though she knows them by heart. She clearly been preparing to say them for some time. When she finished, she casts an anxious glance, then at you. How did this start? Well over any minute, so I'll give you the condensed version. It all began when the Enforcers found a cultist amulet on the body of someone who had been killed in a drunken brawl. We reported it up the chain immediately and arranged for a cleansing rite to be performed and open an investigation. No heretics have been found alive, but the search has brought tensions between enforcers and workers. I would not deem it a problem worthy of the Rogue Trader's attention. The lower decks, as it so happens, are in a revolt. 30-some years ago, we even had a revolutionary leader rise up who dared to establish workers' rule across the ship. It took a month to restore order, but even 8 years later, we're still battling rumors that the hero had survived his execution and was on the verge of gathering people to fight against tyranny once more. Abelard scoffs. Needless to say, the rumors were baseless. As for the current situation, we have sufficient verses to deal with it. But on this ship, the word of the Lord Captain carries more weight than a salvo from 100 bolters. I'm sure if the Rogue Trader addresses the malcontents directly, he will quell the unrest. I dread to think what problem you will disturb the Rogue Trader next with next. Perhaps you will ask the Lord Captain to break up brawls in the mess room. I have already given you the means to resolve this problem. You simply need to use them. If I may, sending a hit squad to crush the rebellion is a means of ignoring the problem, not solving it. I shall explain. Time is running out. I will not hurry, since my competence is under scrutiny. I shall speak for as long as I see fit. There is an established order to the way things are done on this ship, and one of the pillars of that system is that the Rogue Trader's attention is not distracted by trivial matters. It is the Seneschal's role to ensure that. I have always handled internal problems myself, so of course, when I received information about cultists hiding on the lower decks, I took the matter in hand. So long as I live, not one of the vermin who murdered Theodora von Valancius will find refuge on her ship. You are far too heavy-handed, Seneschal Worsery. Arrest, interrogation, mass punishments for the entire sectors? It has driven the people to the brink, says bitterly. Now there is a strike on the lower decks. In Depot 4, to be precise, 3 worker clans are involved, but many more are passively supporting them. The situation could degenerate into an all-out insurrection. But when I reported my concerns, the only response I received was an order to dispatch an assault unit and crush the strike with maximum force. I see no need to add anything. I acted within the remit of my authority, guided exclusively by the best interests of your protector and your personal safety. If you wish to confirm the rectitude of my actions for yourself, I have no objections. For my part, I urged to go down to the lower decks, stop the assault, and speak directly to the people. You'll see they are not lying or harboring heretics. That way you will stop the uprising before it happens. What is Depot 4? Depot 4 is one of the poorest sectors on the lower decks. It is home to clans and of general laborers. They are not suitable to the ship as the families who have served its specialized systems for generations. They are an easily replaceable resource, and one which is now more besides given a succor to cultists and minions of the arch enemy. Depot 4 is poor and troubled, but at worst that means drunken fights and illegal rock gut brewing. We have handled the workers of Depot 4 in the past. We have done so again. If the crackdown on Depot 4 hadn't been so harsh, and another important point to bear in mind, the problem is not limited to this sector. It is located on one of the most populated lower decks, and everything that happens there has a knock-on effect for all the neighboring. Rome preserve you, Lord Captain. I thank you for your support. Grits his teeth. An enterprise bordering on the sophomoric would please yourself. However, I categorically insist that I escort you. Oh. So these two are required. These are...
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
The lower decks are a source of... Sometimes I regret that we cannot replace all the locals with servitors.
I always have a backup plan.
Wait, what cargo plane? B? Oh. Okay.
Let us see what I found.
I always keep my options open.
So let's see. Let's go this way. Sounds of a heated discussion reverberate. The ships and forces are barring path of a heavy assault. Of unit officer, and judging by their expression and tone, the standoff has dragged off for some time. I have my orders. Purge this sector. You can take your orders and shove them. This is my deck and my sector. There are only 3 people who can waltz in and out. The first officer, the rogue trader, and the Emperor himself. But not all my lessons fall on deaf ears. He does not clarify whether he means Lieutenant Vent, the officer looming over her, or both. Your lordship. What's the situation? Your lordship, my people have locked down the bay where the strikers are, including their leaders. We have the situation under control as far as the resources allow. People are getting desperate. Clearly, they saw the assault unit and they decided they had nothing left to lose. I mean, I apologize, Lord Captain. It is outrageous. I'm sure the people simply didn't recognize you. Wouldn't have occurred. Are you sure you're worthy? I'm sure that I will take steps. Sure, it does not happen again. I want to speak to the strikers. Mouth twists, but he restrains himself and says nothing. Right you are. Allow me to wish you good luck.
Let's not waste time with pleasantries. Always keep your eye on the prize.
Wasn't apprehensive. The people before you are typical inhabitants of the lower decks. Take from in their simple clothing, crude weapons, and faces that display varying levels of mutation, from the barely discernible to the strange and to the outright grotesque. Rivet. A whisper passes through the crowd, and you detect a mixture of fear, astonishment, and joy in their reactions. Finally, 3 people break away from the crowd, an elderly woman and 2 men. These must be the leaders. They bow clumsily before you. Lord Captain, you have come down to us. Striking, that's news to us. Striking, says a tall, thin man in worker garb. All we're doing is asking questions, saying what we think. Shut up, Rivet. Here's the deal. Your damned enforcers are all over us down here. They say they're looking for cultists. One wrong word and there's reaching for their batons. They want to punish someone. They turn off the heating to hold bays for a week at a time. So we get sick and freeze. In my clan, 2 little ones died from inflammation in their lungs. All because of the enforcers. Argenta does not interrupt the workers, but you see the sadness well in her eyes when the children's death are mentioned. She quietly whispers a requiem of prayer and makes a sign over herself. It's all true. Vent is the only enforcer officer who stood up for us. It's clear as day who had a mother from the lower decks and who grew up amid ships and has no fellow feeling towards us. Throws up his arms. Your lordship, we're no villains here. We're honest workers, your servants. We've plotted no disorder, we're on strike openly, and now we've got guns pointed at us without being harassed. Cultist amulet, what's that? The gewgaw they found? On the dead drunkard? If it was something evil or forbidden, we sure didn't know. Enforcers just said they were looking for heretics among us, and anyone obstructing their investigation would be punished. But how could there be heretics here? We know our own people. There have been no new faces around. Definitely not, and if there were, we'd be the first to report them. And as for this amulet, whatever it is, they took it off a dead body. There are no cultists still breathing in our sector, that's for sure. But when that fight broke out, some enterprising folks looted the bodies. The boots they came back with, nobody's ever tread these decks in boots so fine. I can tell you that. Seems to me these cultists have better commanders than us. Oh yeah. Those boots were fine. And there was no harm in taking them, right? As for the amulet, it must have been pocketed by someone who didn't know any better. We don't need any amulets around here. We all worship the Emperor, and when we're working, we bow down before the machine spirits of the large and small transformers. And the servo motor. Anyway, my grandfather taught 100 years ago by a tech priest who came calling. Believe us. We are people of faith. You were told, sister. But it was long ago. Last time we saw a confessor in our sector, it was right after I'd had my 3rd little one. That is regrettable. But you cannot lay the burden of leading a righteous life on the shoulders of holy fathers. Who will you blame when beasts crawl out of those amulets you stole? And the heretics. The Holy Father who was not there. The Holy Father who was not there, or the scavenger who brought evil upon himself and the neighbors? All necessary measurements to locate Chaos Worshippers. Nevertheless, I'm certain that their actions were justified. They are the enemy and a threat to the ship. Neutralizing them demands decisive action. Here's an explanation for you. The people have been pushed to their limit, and now they're lashing out. As if we don't know why these top decks are being sent down here. Like that one there that the lieutenant won't let pass. Our clans are all inside the bay that's been sealed off, but the lower decks are big. I'm pretty sure there are some people who've just had enough. Who've had just about enough. We're getting it from all sides. The soldiers who have encircled, the ones who've risen up, a death squad has just arrived. No wonder the folks are lashing out. What changes do you want? The damned enforcers. We've quit turning off the heat and to stop battering everything that moves. No, that's not it. We want the enforcers gone from here. And we want to be armed. Give us arms and we'll govern ourselves. We'll defend ourselves if these cultists show their face. I've been leader of my clan for 20 years now. Getting rid of these club-wielding thugs can only improve things around here. Gone too far, old Nan. They'd never let the maggots on the lower decks live without the enforcers breathing down their necks. They probably even insist on enforcers on the upper decks. As for weapons, what do we need them for? Before the day's out, we'll have someone shooting their neighbor out of stupidity or drunkenness. We don't need that. If the enforcers stop hassling us, that'll be enough. In return, we'll find the scavengers who robbed the cultists' bodies. We'll talk to them, one lower deck to another. If there are any more of those damn amulets about, we'll hand them over to the enforcers ourselves. You speak for yourself and your clan. I'll speak for me and mine. I don't want empty gestures. I want real change. They'll promise us the world now. They'll promise us the world now. But as soon as the Anointed One turns his back, these brutes will be on us harder than before. All because we dared to speak out. Alright, thoughts? Or about going scavenging for boots and accidentally picking up doesn't convince me. These people were moments away from rebelling, and possibly becoming minions of the archenemy. We must not give them what they want, even if they did acquire something innocently, purely out of their own stupidity. That does not mean they are tainted with corruption. Rivet. Tall worker they call Rivet shrugs and casts a sidelong look at the old woman. Old Nan, listen. The old Lord Captain himself has come down to us and is offering concessions. I don't know a single person in the whole of Deck 4 who's ever stood next to the rogue trader, let alone talk to them. Back down. Now is no time for you to be a stubborn or crone. Stager. Listen to us, old Nan. The 3 clans of Depot 4 ought to act as one. We've made our minds up. It's your turn to decide. Don't ask them to disband the enforcers or give us weapons. We don't need any of that. The old woman hisses in dissatisfaction. You two are ganging up on me? Is that it? So brave you are against an old woman. But I'll shut up. I will indeed. I won't go against 2 clan leaders on my own. But if you want to make peace with the enforcers, make your peace. That's great. Just fantastic. Lord Captain, we are all agreed. Then it's decided the persecution will stop. I will expect you to assist in locating any remaining amulets or weapons left by the cultists. Your lordship, thank you. Not abandon those lower deckers. You came yourself and settled everything. I'll tell my grandchildren about this. Of course, your lordship. We'll root out any nasty business faster than the enforcers, and we'll leave no stone unturned. That's what was needed.
No dawdle.
Did I pass it?
Rise to the top or get left in the dust.
What advice do you seek?
Oh, it's that way. Everyone, over here. Coming unexpectedly, Abelard imperiously dismisses the unit to stand at a distance and addresses your other companions, saying, I have an urgent matter to discuss with Lord Captain. Give us a moment. You kowtowed to the disloyal rabble. You believed their lies and showed them leniency. Next time the ship is attacked by cultists, that rabble will welcome them in with open arms and allow them to wreak havoc, whatever havoc they like, because they see you as a weak leader. Is that how you see your future? Simply needed to trust me. I would have handled the situation myself had you not decided to intervene. Remember, Lord Captain Theodora. Only thing she ever set one slippered foot on the lower decks? No. She did not. Such matters were left to myself and the junior officers, while she dedicated herself Maybe if Theodora had spent more time on trifling matters. A group only to, I commend your decisiveness. But I'm uncomfortable with introducing new protocols in the midst of a crisis. And I lost my temper, Lord Captain. And I believe I ought to explain myself. The prosperity of the Von Valance's protector is not just an empty phrase to me. I left the Imperial Navy for the chance to see it flourish. It was not the most momentous decision of my life. I did it because I saw in Lord Captain Theodora's deeds a sign of true greatness. Rogue traders do not simply forge new routes, capture worlds, they create order. Let me scroll back up. They create order out of anarchy. That creative impulse was entirely lacking during my time in the military. So I left behind everything I had known, everything my family had known. I come from a long line of officers, and I embarked upon this incredibly reckless venture. Lord Theodora entrusted me with all the concern she had no time for. She would go off on her flagship for long periods of time, to distant frontiers, on scouting voyages, and the advancement of the entire protectorate rested on my shoulders. Then suddenly everything had been built over years. Everything that had been built up for years and years began to quake, rattling like a flimsy hangar on a seismically active world. One senior officer betrayed us all. The rogue trader was killed, and who knows what is happening on the planets. Without hearing all this time, all this has come as a grievous blow to me. I am not panicking or grieving because I cannot allow myself to panic or grieve. I am duty bound to aid the new rogue trader, to aid you, to find your footing as quickly as possible, and to do that I must insulate you from problems that in the past have been dealt with by tried and tested procedures set out in the ship's regulations, procedures that were established long ago and functioned smoothly for decades, cannot be deemed excess to requirements. Let's see here. I've seen plenty of sentiment and hand-wringing in recent days, but very little competence now. Add insults. I value what, and I trust this situation is an aberration in the ship's otherwise smooth operation. Since the established procedures, I see no reason to change them. I understand. Respect me as your Lord Commander, Lord Captain, and Rogue Trader. Accept it and start living in the new world, where you and I have new decisions to make. Yes. Your resolve is admirable, and demonstrates strong leadership. I shall remember this moment. should my old habits ever begin to creep in. And now, please let us leave the lower decks. If the rogue trader desires to stretch his legs, there are more suitable places.
Is there money to be made?
Yay! Oh, shit. Hey, everyone leveled up. Damn. So that really did help. Okay. Archetype. Practical knowledge. Damn. Right. Cassia. Okay, what does she have? No. He has an auto pistol, which is...
Do not dare ask.
Okay, everything should be... Get back in the fight. And... Oh, she had last weapon proficiency. Damn. Okay, so that means... For her... Let's go to B. Oh, cool. But let's see. Level up. Let's increase the agility because level up. Okay. Now you. Toughness. What time is it?
I always keep my options open. This could be an opportunity.
Come in, escort. It's Captain Bakar. Escort, please come in. Who are you? Did you come from the planet? Are you reinforcement Saint Teeth? I thought you'd never come. The only settlement is a penal colony. The prisoners work in the mines. What happened here? There's a prison riot on the planetary. Unfortunately, it's being led by the prison warden himself. He has allied himself with the rabble that he himself is supposed to wash. Came here as a shadow pile alongside the Honorable Vanquisher of Xenos, forever triumphant. Young Lord Winterscale wished to speak to the Warden Prince, so he could went ahead, and I haven't been able to evade one of his distant younger offspring. Yes, that is as much as I know about him, which means he hasn't distinguished himself in me. This guy has made several the Warden himself, yes. No one expected. His master Castellea is a nobleman from a respected governor house in the vassal. All of a sudden he proclaimed that Rakitia was his own personal domain, and that the prisoners were his subjects, that he would never bow again to anyone. It's pure heresy. I take it that they're looking forward to a diet of sand and gravel. What kind of madman would start a revolt on a barren rock? Personal, the seditious warden is Lord Evian's childhood friend. When my Lord Hort heard of this riot, the news saddened him greatly, and so he rushed here without delay in hopes of bringing his old friend back to his senses in the first winter scale in my memory, who prefers to talk first and rather than shoot and slash. Young is not his warden. It's not his father's shadow. If he is determined to save his friend, he won't back down. Pray to the throne that he is alive and well. He's been gone for such time. Leopold executed his wife and only son on a mere suspicion of treason against the house of Arcelio. Why did the noble unless it's one of the president, then it seems unlikely. I should be apprised of before I set out. Some of the rebels have holed up in barracks. I don't know how many, but given this is the only way through to where the negotiations took place, I expect heavy resistance. Regis guards mined the entrance so that the rebels couldn't get to the show. What is your relation? We are engaged to this. That's a shame. May the Emperor keep that fool from home. Thank you for your time. Shabazz. So she's engaged to the young man.
The Emperor favors me today.
To the barracks.
Pay attention. If I could see the golden light of the Astronomicon as you see it, Cassia, I would probably go still forever, unable to take my eyes off the radiance of the Emperor for an instant.
I think you would manage. You have different hues of light within you. Gold, silver, and crimson. One of them would call you to this world.
My goodness. About 3 a.m. you're gonna head to bed. Alright.
Join me in
Rest.
prayer. Blessed be the hand of the healer.
Good night.
I know how to
Thank
take
you for
risks.
staying for as long as you had. Enjoy your rest.
I'll make an example
Have fun
out of
resting,
you.
resting. I will. It's an officer just now. She strikes foes with the energies of the warp.
I'll do it. Faith without deeds is worthless. Rejoice in battle! I'll do it.
Low momentum.
This is unacceptable.
Darkness consumes me.
Hold on! Stay with us! I'll see to it personally. You never stood a chance. I'll make it happen. I won't stand for it. My gut tells me it's a bad idea. Who, if not me?
Lost consciousness or substituted by enemies. By on the ship. By resting on the ship and or in certain other places.
Follow my lead. Victory is imminent. I took care of this one. I'd rather not. I will do my duty. Indeed.
If I may, my duty demands. If only that were possible.
Wait, what's this one? Bring it down.
I'm afraid not. Do not dare ask. That is foolishness.
Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it.
Oh, my ears are ringing.
It's as good as done. I'll see to it personally. On it.
Hey.
It will be done. Reduced to dust. Victory is imminent.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
I will do my duty. I'm not interested. Someone else can do this.
High momentum.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it.
Damn.
Doubt is for the weak.
Don't let your guard down. I'll see to another enemy down. It's as good as done.
My place is at the fore. It will be done.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone! As the Emperor commands, I act.
Who if not me? I refuse. I'll see to it personally. I'll make it happen.
Brace yourself, Abelard!
Be careful not to cross my gaze. If I may.
What?
On it. I'll see to it personally.
I have read tomes of military tactics.
Nothing! Faith without deeds is worthless.
Ugh! Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Oh, fun.
I'll make it happen. It's as good as done. I won't stand for it.
Alright. Next fight.
Indeed.
I'm gonna have to reload you pretty
On
soon.
it. Our end was inevitable.
Alright. Damn, we got a lot of knives. Take it.
I woke up with a feeling of wonder, as if a field of flowers was
First grenade,
blossoming
stealth
nearby.
revolver.
A child was saved from death. 1,000 heretics were burning alive, begging and sobbing and howling.
Chainmail. Someone got chainmail? The bed's boiled over. Inspect the poster.
Oh, come on.
The future you see could be the whispers of the archenemy. How can you trust your visions, Adira?
Prison guard key.
I don't think that's the question you wanted to ask. What you wanted to ask was, how can others bring themselves to trust a despicable psycho like me? Face it, sister. Not everybody's as pig-headed as you are.
Goods. I have Artishan. Build a bridge.
Just as I planned.
The warden's office. Thank the throne. Normal looking faces. We thought we were gonna die here with these nutters. Please don't shoot us, your nobleness. Let us speak a word. This is a welcome change. Before talking before shooting. Still. Look at this ragtag bunch. Hardly inspires trust. Here's to be honest. We're honest, quiet inmates. We didn't want to riot. But well, sitting it out really wasn't an option. Really an option. Ew. Warden's lapdogs have made short work of those who refuse to join in the festivities. So we had to, you know, play along. But that's all it was. Ploy. We never meant no offense to Governor Midinay nor to the lawful authority of Winterscape. Give us a chance, eh? We just want to wait till everything blows over. A repentant, honest heretic. How no? Judging by tone, the show says on press. Monono. The lowborn speech is mottled with colors that conceal his true and darker hues. This old man has a history of lies, and he is using his wiles on us as well. But I see no foul corruption or ill intent. Ah, why sell your tongue talking about that heretic? But if you insist, here's how it is. The warden of this here prison, the Honorable Master Castaglia, was a crackpot from the start. The previous warden ran things the proper way. Prayer, 1 meal a day, work, a punch in the chompers from guards, work again. Then the new one. You know what his first decree was? He introduces lunch and dinners. By the 9 devils, that's 3 meals a day. The man was obviously stark raving mad. So, let's get this straight. The prisoners wanted 1 meal a day. And actual abuse. And any sense of kindness is madness. Honestly, sounds like a Florida prison. Things only went downhill from there. The guards quit it. With the teeth punching, the warden forbade them. Instead, the overseers started counting which prisoners were digging up more things in the quarry or swinging their pickaxes harder or whatnot. But then, would you believe it? They put together a list of best workers. And if someone on that list also showed good behavior, then they get promoted to an optimate. That's the upper crust among us jailbirds. Or that's how it was at first. Then the warden decided it's the optimates, not the guards, who should be in charge of the punishments. And that it wasn't the overseer's job to see the prisoners work. It was the optimates. Well, let me tell you. That's when the goody two-shoes really started to shine. The guards aren't even in the same league as our dear fellows, the optimates. In the old days, we had 5 or 10 stiffs kicking it a week. Now, we were lucky if it was only 50. That wasn't even the end of it. Cuss moved out of his chambers to live right in the quarry, or under the dome. And I think something in his new home really scrambled his brain. He began spouting things like, the Optimists are saints who will behold the truth. And he started taking them to the quarry. Not all of them returned. The ones who did, he would have recognized them, more beast than man. Had them harmed. notices your look and catches. I mean, with all due respect, your lordship, no offense intended. Now, how can a Now, how can lowly jailbirds hope to thank your new self? Ah, I have an inkling. You see, us here, we're, how should I put this? Different from the rest of the prisoners. They're all petty thieves from Rykard Minoris. Debtors or gutter snipes. They're no one serious. Now, we, your nobles, are cut. We're fortune seekers from the void. Pirates! I don't need to tell you, our footfall station. You know, the only shipyard and the best market in all of, yes. So where on Footfall you can get some serious business-minded people, and how you get yourself a special discount. The most serious kind, your noblest. Have you heard about the Fellowship of the Void? It's the pirate alliance in the Expanse. There is no leader, of course, but there are some terribly serious captains who decided that cutting each other's throats over loot was, what do you call it, counterproductive. Cutting each other, but cutting throats together, now that's anti-counterproductive. What the That is, like, some intelligence to show. Alright. And, well, their joint efforts leave them with an excess of spoils, so they need to dispose of it somehow. And I, your noblest, just happen to know someone who handles such kind of dealings on behalf of those very serious people. Very well. Well, that's great to hear, your noblest. Just great. Now, there's a true risk to get. Not that wooden creep. Where was I? If you're ever on Football, there's District there. Shadow Quarters. Forgive an old man for getting distracted. So, go tell my pirate. You may go. Thanks, we're most grateful, your noblest. Iconoclast. Yeah, you gave us information enough to... Ooh, some auto pistols, we can make some money off of that. Ooh, we can pause it too? Alright. But I think we are going to save it here. Save. Oh.
Always keep your eye
here.
on
We're going to exit. So, what do y'all think of Rogue Trader? Of course, I'm going to be doing much more later. But, we can continue this one. Hopefully there's enough content for me to continue it, because I absolutely love RPGs. So, thank you all for coming. See you all next time. By the looks of it, next Tuesday. I'm probably just going to do another, like, Rogue Trader stream. Have a good one, y'all.